Hello and a very warm welcome to Pearl Academy presents What's Next, an annual conference where Pearl Academy is on a quest to demystify the future trajectory of creativity, technology, convergence. What's Next isn't just an event, it's a catalyst for transformation and a gathering of minds committed to shaping the destiny of creativity in a rapidly changing world. I'm your host, Ashima Jain. Pearl Academy, a leading institution in creative education, is committed to nurturing the next generation of creative leaders and innovators. What's Next serves as a vibrant platform for engagement, bringing together industry luminaries, thought leaders, and practitioners to decipher the future landscape of creativity, technology, convergence. I would encourage you all to share your experiences throughout the day using the hashtag What'sNext2024. You can tag our LinkedIn profile, linden.com/school/pearl-academy/. You can scan it from the QR code on the screen. You can see the QR code here. You can scan it on your phones, and you can tag us. Ladies and gentlemen, before we dive into day 2 of What's Next, may I please invite on stage Aditi Srivastava, President Pearl Academy, to deliver the welcome address. Big round of applause for Aditi.
Good morning, everyone, and greetings to the visionaries of tomorrow. Thank you all for coming here today. As I welcome you to the pinnacle of creative exploration, Pearl Academy's prestigious event, What's Next, titled Innovisions, Crafting Tomorrow Through Creativity and Technology, presented in collaboration with CNBC-TV18. Your presence here, amidst the convergence of technology and creativity, signifies a shared commitment to explore the limitless possibilities that lie at this intersection. It is indeed an honor to welcome each one of you where the future unfolds through insightful dialogue and collaborative discussions. As we reflect on our journey for the last 31 years, our ethos remains centered around every student as an opportunity to create an impact. We believe that they are the legends of tomorrow, the voices of humanity, and the change we aspire to see in the world. And we, the faculty, and creators are the goldsmiths, carpenters, and artists molding and shaping these geniuses in the making. Our commitment to create complete creative professionals transcends the classroom, reaching into the heart of our communities. Pearl Academy's ethos lies in fostering not just skilled professionals, but the compassionate and socially responsible individuals who understand the transformative power of creativity. Our students are not merely learners, they are torchbearers of change, ready to illuminate the world with their innovative ideas and designs. Our students have made us proud by winning prestigious awards and accolades both nationally and internationally. They have been successful entrepreneurs, job creators, and leaders in various creative domains. We ensure they are nurtured well through global exposure, tech expertise, with this very special focus on life skills and industry interface. To complement this, we have a strong board of advisors comprising of design luminaries, many of who are present here today. Our constant endeavor is to engage with the industry, hear them, and evolve together to shape the creative landscape. Today, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone present here for proactively involving themselves and helping Pearl Academy in shaping the future of creative expression. Our event, What's Next, is a journey of exploration and discovery. It is our initiative that serves as a beacon of knowledge, consistently pushing the boundaries of conventional creativity. It encourages creative minds to embrace sustainable evolution, forging a path towards a future where innovation and creativity converge seamlessly. Our commitment to innovation aligns seamlessly with our goals for this event, making this a testament to the power of uniting diverse perspectives. We have today a diverse tapestry of expertise, global design educators, industry leaders, government bodies, the international design fraternity as well, thought leaders, and emerging professionals. Each one of you, our esteemed changemaker, plays a vital role in shaping the dialogue, fostering collaborations, and inspiring innovation. At its core, What's Next is not just an event. It is a celebration of human ingenuity. It's a movement. It's a salutation to ideas, a convergence of minds, and a platform that amplifies the voices of those who strive to lead the change. Before we proceed, let us acknowledge the incredible journey of the past editions of What's Next. This initiative was born in 2014 with a unique vision to break away from the conventional conference formats and create an environment where everyone in the room is not just an attendee, but an equal participant. It was conceived as a series, a platform where the spirit of inclusivity and collaboration would reign supreme, where we explored the future of design education, the impact of design on the triple bottom line, and the learner's transition from school to college to industry. Over the years, What's Next has become a conference which focuses on the critical concerns of the contemporary times. The essence of What's Next lies in its commitment to encourage change, challenging the status quo, and setting the trend for the future. Today, we explore the impact of artificial intelligence on creative expression, the evolution of design processes, and the revolutionary changes in technology. We find ourselves at the forefront of a new era which is interesting, evolving, and at times intimidating. Our theme for this year is Innovisions, Crafting Tomorrow Through Creativity and Technology. It is an amalgamation of ideas that stems from extensive conversations and research, delving deep into the synergy between these both. It is an exciting prospect that holds immense potential for both academicians and industry professionals alike, all of you who are present here today. Today, let us embrace the World Cafe format, a space for collaborative dialogue, knowledge sharing, and the creation of possibilities for action. As we discuss challenge assumptions and generate new ideas, we all should become active participants in shaping the future. Here, we have table configurations thoughtfully set up to encourage meaningful interactions and ensure that everyone has a voice. We have 3 themes this year for What's Next, which have been lined up for discussions. One that we explored yesterday, which was Pixels and Passion, crafting aesthetics in the digital realm, delving into the intricate relationship between visual aesthetics, user interfaces, and user experiences. My colleague Sayukta will talk more about it. Boundless expression is what we are going to do today, the techno-creative intersection, investigating the marriage of technology and creativity in fashion and visual effects, clothing, while exploring the intersection of fashion and technology, wearable tech, sustainable design practices, and their influence on the industry. Reimagining education, designing the future of creative learning, discussing the transformative impact of technology on design education, exploring innovation, pedagogical approaches such as online platforms, interactive workshops, and collaborative learning in virtual environments. The endeavor is that we provide a direction through all these discussions and contributions from our seasoned changemakers present here with us today to create complete creative professionals of tomorrow. The sessions will kickstart with dynamic and thought-provoking keynote speeches delivered by distinguished thought leaders. We have here today with us Dr. Sharad Mehra, who was our keynote yesterday, Alok B. Nandi, who also gave a keynote yesterday, and Biren Ghosh. And today we'll have Niyam Bhushan and Suryavanka as keynote speakers. And all these gentlemen's stimulating insights had set the tone for the discussions and provide a rich starting point for this exploration. The valuable outcomes generated at each table are meticulously captured. These collective contributions will be skillfully woven together in a subsequent panel discussion, crafting a holistic overview of the discussions. The panel discussions serves as the culmination of the World Cafe sessions. Representatives from each table bring forth the distilled wisdom, highlights, and key takeaways from their respective discussions. The synthesis aims not only to summarize individual table discussions, but also to identify emergent themes that span across multiple perspectives. Between rotations and during breaks, you'll have the chance to network, share insights, and build connections with a diverse group of professionals or change makers. You represent the driving force behind this enriching dialogue. You assume a pivotal role, representing an esteemed group of specialists at the forefront of the design ecosystem. So a big heartfelt thank you to all of you for being a part of this transformative events. Let the discussions, collaborations, and celebrations begin. And before that, I would like to share a brief poem that has been penned on by one of my colleagues. Jo बीता कल, उस अनुभव से हम आज नया उपवन सींचे. आने वाले उस कल में हम प्रगति की नई रेखा खींचे. कल, आज और कल की धारा में ये जीवन अविरल बहता है. सीखे कल से, करे आज प्रयत्न, तो कल भी उज्जवल रहता है. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Aditi, for setting the context. And now, before we dive into day 2 of What's Next, may I please invite on stage Dr. Sanyogita Chadha, Pearl Academy Regional Campus Director South, who will take us through a recap of day 1 and share what's ahead for today. Dr. Sanyogita Chadha is an accommodation researcher, industry professional, and an entrepreneur. A Fulbright scholar, she has led strategic leadership roles in apparel industry at Indus League, Raymond Apparel, Levi Strauss, to name a few. Please welcome on stage Dr. Sanyogita Chadha.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much, Shilpa, for the very nice introduction. And thank you, Aditi, for setting the tone for today's discussions. I'm just going to take you through a brief recap of what we discussed yesterday. I think those of you who were not present really missed something fantastic. So as Aditi mentioned, we had the first keynote speaker, Dr. Sharad Mehra, who took us through some really exciting videos and some very thought-provoking statistics that he threw up at us. And he actually spoke about technology being everywhere, about the fact that there's an emerging reality which we all are looking at today. Environmental climate change is going to make sure that we have 69% drop in our wildlife. 40% more species are going to get extinct. So he kind of shook us all up a bit by giving us these stats. He also spoke about cities going underwater due to global warming. And he also shared this really thought-provoking video on environment. I mean, Sharad's video was so real and so, I think, so heart-wrenching that after he finished the presentation, we all were a little awestruck. But he also told us that 70% of our jobs will be AI driven, and our life expectancy is going to go up to about 90 years of age in some countries. So I think what Sharad actually spoke about was the real today. I mean, and this is where we all are going, a possibility of a World War III, possibility of the fact that, you know, technology is taking over everything that we do, a change in our skills that we would need to have for jobs. He also spoke about something really exciting. We are a college and we are an education institute. And he spoke about the fact, do we all need university degrees? And I think this has been Sharad's very pet thought for a very long time, that do we actually need a degree? I mean, why does a designer need a degree? Design is all about skill, it's about knowledge, it's about something that you do really well. Do you actually need a degree? Really thought-provoking, because I think every parent who comes to us asks for a degree. So this is something which is really different. He also spoke about the new reality of Pearl and shared a video of our Pearl campuses in the future. Really interesting, very futuristic, and I think if you look at what Sharad showed, it's probably where we all are going in the next few years. He also said that India is this is the first digital economy, and he said voice of dissent is really important. So when we sit for these table discussions, I think what we would really want is people to not agree on everything, but to actually disagree, throw up more points of view so that we get a better holistic idea of what is in your thoughts. We then had Biren Ghosh, who is the head of Technicolor, who spoke on pixels and passions from a very pro-pixel point of view. And then we had Alok Nandi, who's a designer, who spoke from a very different angle about pixels and passion. So Biren actually spoke about the fact that you manipulate pixels to develop all the imagery, and he showed us lots and lots of imagery about the Lion King and all the animation films that Technicolor has actually produced. Very exciting, extremely engrossing. If you watched his video, you'll keep looking at it, wondering what's happening. But he spoke about pixels in a very different light. And he also spoke about the fact that when they started these studios, they had 300 people. And today they employ more than 7,000 people. And Bangalore is the hub of that. So there are lots of people within the city who are actually working on animation and special effects for movies and serials. He said in India, there's a huge abundance of talent. All the talent lies within this country, and that we should look at it more seriously. He said some things get replaced. So there, in the 1994 version of Lion King, they had 2D artists who got replaced by other people technologically upfront in 2019. He also spoke about a movie by Alia Bhatt, which has been, because of social media, getting so many reviews and so many views. And he said that social media is just doing that. And as we are speaking, he says gaming was something we never spoke about, but today the gaming industry is growing by leaps and bounds. And interestingly enough, I think about 2 weeks ago, we had a gaming event on our campus, and we had a bunch of about 100 enthusiastic gamers whose only passion was gaming. I mean, sometimes as parents, we tell our kids, don't play a game, it's not worth it. But gaming today is a huge industry and is being used across the board by various industries to come up with various strategies. So gaming as an industry is really growing. Then we had Alok Nandi, who actually came in to say, can we look beyond what is pixels? I mean, why do we just look at the pixels? Can we look behind and beyond pixels? Because there is something out there. There is an entire interaction that happens. There's a passion out there. And can we not just talk about manipulating pixels? There is a world out there. And he said that's really critical when we're shaping the new generation. And he spoke about Pecha Kucha, and he says, you should make short, crisp stories that actually convey meaning, which actually people can see and they can absorb. And yesterday, during our panel discussion, we actually adopted Pecha Kucha, thanks to what Alok spoke about Pecha Kucha, to actually make the panel discussion more crisp. So very diverse views at yesterday's keynotes, all amazing speakers. We had to actually, we thought they were running out of time, but everybody was so engrossed. And then we wound up with having Nikhil Malhotra, who came and spoke about what Tech Mahindra is doing in the field of AI, how they're working with the medical fraternity, how they work during the COVID, how they're setting up virtual cities overseas. So I think there was a lot of stuff that came in during yesterday's keynotes. Very, very, very different people talking about different fields, but somehow all united by technology, artificial intelligence, and where the world is going. We look forward today to more exciting talks by our keynotes. As Aditi said, we're going to have Niyam Bhushan, who's going to take the stage very shortly, and then Surya Kwanka. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed today as much as we enjoyed yesterday. And I think we're looking forward to some really exciting table conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chadha, for setting the context for the day. In a world where technology continues to evolve at a staggering pace, the boundaries of creativity are constantly being pushed, redefined, and expanded upon. Keeping that in mind, let us embark on a transformative journey of boundless expressions where creativity knows no limits and innovation knows no boundaries. Within the boundless landscape, we aim to uncover how technology serves as both a canvas and a catalyst for creative expression. May it be from fashion to visual effects, from sustainable practices to immersive storytelling, Boundless Expressions offers a glimpse into a future where the boundaries between the physical and the digital blur into insignificance. And to further elaborate on this, please join me in welcoming a multifaceted mastermind with 36 plus years of expertise in UX, design thinking, and brand building. He leads design teams to forge groundbreaking software and tech products. His magic extends far beyond pixels and code. He's an entrepreneur who thrives in diverse cultural landscapes, effortlessly connecting CEOs, clients, and investors in a symphony of collaboration. His consulting expertise spans over 20 industries from healthcare to AI, and his mentorship has empowered over 300 startups to take flight. Please welcome on stage with a big round of applause, Niyam Bhushan, founder, Design Rev.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. And to give you back your love and your respect, I stayed up till 1 a.m. again and again, ensuring and trying my hardest to make sure I finish this in about 38 minutes. Okay? Because we love time. In case you get bored, let's have an agreement of interaction design inspired by a law called natural interaction. All of you just do this. That's right. If all of you do this, it means, Niyam, shut up, get off. We need to have tea break. Agreed? Yeah, everybody has to do it together. And I'm okay with it as long as you want that. So you are empowered here. Do not feel helpless. With that quick note, let me just start again. Thank you so much for that introduction. I had no idea who I was after so many years of experience. Now I get it. As you can probably make out, Sharad, of course, talks about the iconoclastic vision of the future. I am a definite optimist. This is a term that I want Indians to understand, authored by Peter Thiel. If you want to be successful, you should have a simple goal where you have to have a definite idea of a better future. Okay? And then you focus on that and said, what are you going to do specifically to come to that better future? Okay? And you will discover that you will become successful. All right? So, for example, definite optimist, 60% of, let's say, species will disappear. Definite optimist will say, I will make sure that I will not have these get extinct in the next 10 years. And therefore, this is what I will do. You like that approach, guys? Let's take this on as the first shot. So here you are. Instead of talking about doom, it's a beautiful Saturday morning. This is my vision. How can we, or how might we, design a healthy, you all agree Instagram is not healthy for your mind and for your children, right? A healthy, wealthy, happy world through privacy. This is the creative challenge I'm throwing here to the audience. And all of you on your tables are going to love the challenges that you'll have to answer. So it's a beautiful moment to be here among so many of you. Let me just show you how this thing works. I know people in the industry since 1985, right? I've been working, I'm a living fossil. So I've been working in design, actually since even before that. So as a kid, I'd set up my first entrepreneurship at the age of about 16, 17. Worked across 3 continents. Okay, and I literally saw the world come up. So CB, Arun and I go back 89 or something. So CB does animation. So it's the second co-fossil. So in case everybody here is his new name since he's into animation, CB stands for Chota Bheem. Okay? The other living fossil in the room is, of course, Alok, whom I'm catching after a long time. Alok, as he introduced himself, is a Kong Bong from Congo and a Bengali. So that's the other CB, the second Chota Bheem in the room, right? Okay, but a lot of familiar faces and wonderful to connect with all of you after years or months or decades or whatever. But here's the interesting thing. I know a lot about all of you. So the fastest way to get to know me, don't bother, just go on LinkedIn and connect with me. That's it. And we'll stay in touch forever or as long as LinkedIn stays. But there are a couple of things I know about all of you, starting with, how many of you have registered? Like went to the website and registered, 1, 2, right? Anybody, one thing I know is none of you ever read the privacy policy on any website. How many of you use WhatsApp? I believe all of you use WhatsApp. None of you have ever read the privacy policy of WhatsApp. That means privacy is broken. But let's understand what this means. We talk about design to people, okay? What is the value of design in the digital age? And let's not be silly about it and think that design, digital only means UX and all that pixel shixel. No. Even clothing is becoming digital and smart, even interior space. So digital means what? We don't know. But what is the value of design? We talk about the value of design to the end user. But can we talk about the value of design to us? Does that make sense to the designer? I mean, where is money made in design? Let's understand. In the years and decades in which I've seen design, there are a couple of things which I never thought I'd see in my life. I remember I worked at Adobe as well. So by the way, if you all use Adobe software, over 10, 14 years I contributed heavily to the design and development of Adobe software as well. But you know, the moment Adobe touched its first $1 million, it was a big deal. And then $10 million. But let me show you what design is in terms of its value in the world. You know what a unicorn is? A company with $1 billion valuation? Decacorn. $10 billion. Hexo. 100. Trilicon. Name any Trilicon. Do you know any Trilicon in the world? Apple. Microsoft. Amazon. Nobody could have ever imagined that there'd be Trilicons, right? Now, let's do one more thing. Remove design from all of these companies. And you're going to be left with? Yep. This is the value of design. Now, how is that value created? It's created on something called data. So the job of a designer is a very interesting job. The purpose of design now is to collect data, is to massage data, is to harvest data. And design is the art of seduction for data. Just like sex is the art of seduction by nature for procreation, right? 15 minutes of bliss will leave you with lifelong suffering, well, of sorts. So, what is the cost of data? It is obviously your privacy, right? The one thing that we do not understand, because after 500 to 600 years of colonialism, slavery, invasions, we have lost our thinking we have a slave mind. You tell me, if we're talking about trillion-dollar companies, 3 of them, how many hundreds of billions of dollars of value are contributed by India? And when I say India, I mean Indians. And when I say Indians, I mean including this group here. What is the value of your data? In that trillion is $1,000 billion. Is each one of you equal to at least a very, very fraction, $1 million each? And you would say, kaha? Main to free mein hu. Not at all. You're not understanding your value because you've signed it all away. Welcome to the new East India companies of the world. So privacy works at an individual level, like you've signed it off, especially with WhatsApp. I'm a real pain in the ass here with everybody because I do not use WhatsApp. I uninstalled it the moment they bought it and said, we'll give it to you free of cost for $17 billion. The reason Indians use WhatsApp is because of the magic word, free of cost. You give us anything free of cost, we'll take it. Right. But if you understand, you will say, we got it cheap at $17 billion. I use Telegram. So all of you who wish to connect with me, please use Telegram with me. And professionally, LinkedIn, and that's about it, or iMessage. As an organization, there are some people here who are snickering away, who work in fintech companies, who work in other companies, and we know that the data is the value. Right? And then nation. Do you know what is digital sovereignty? We are fighting about our borders between India and Pakistan. Hey, come on, wake up. This is 21st century. Who gives a rat something for a political border anymore? Where is your digital border? Do you understand this? You understand your digital avatar. What about the digital avatar of India? Did you know that our Aadhaar data was being given off to France until we raised the hue and cry? Did you know the amount of data going every day to China from the Fitbits and the fitness bands that you're wearing, or the financial data that every day gets off from this country into other countries because these are sponsored or funded by these companies. So wake up. Privacy. We are talking about a money heist happening in India worth $1 trillion. And you know who's responsible for this? Designers. All of us. Because the purpose of design is to steal data. And now, something more interesting is happening. When we talk about privacy, everybody in India, especially in Bangalore, jumps in, no, privacy is security. Not at all. I'll just give you a 1-minute example of what is the difference between security and privacy. Zuckerberg comes to my home and says, I'll give you the largest lock on your doors, okay, bulletproof windows, chains and guards walking outside. Nobody can walk into your home. But in your bedroom, I'm going to put 20 cameras, 4 microphones, connected to a jumbotron outside the wall, where I will be selling popcorn to everybody, and they can come and watch what's happening, but you are secure. Screw your privacy and what you're saying with your wife and your fights and your lovemaking and your passwords and your financial data. Security is damn good. So, we as designers design the most secure software with the objective of absolutely devastating your privacy. Does that make sense? Do not be confused ever. Now, what's going to happen to designers? So you will see me on LinkedIn often write about this. If a designer is doing something crappy, like doing dark designs or something, I call out the designer. So I want designers to go to the organizations and don't play helpless victim. Sharp jo bolega hum karega. Okay? So, if there is a failure to take reasonable security safeguards, 250 crore fine, thanks to the designer. Okay? Failure to notify the board, 200 crore fine. Non-compliance with additional obligations related to children, 200 crores. I'll give you an example. There are educationists in this room, both from Pearl, through Gus, and through some wonderful friends I made yesterday. Your insistence of having children come on WhatsApp is a violation of the law. In America, you see, this is amazing. They have their Child Online Protection Act, COPPA. In India, we are so hypnotized by education. Oh, bacha pad rahe ho, go, WhatsApp, smartphone. Teachers, principals, parents, everybody is doomed here. Okay, have you ever read the WhatsApp privacy policy? You have no idea how much you've written away in terms of the privacy data of your child. And there's more to this mess that I'm opening. But I am a definite optimist. I'm here with a different purpose. As you will see, I'm trying to say, how might we sensitively design for privacy in India? Because I know the response in the culture of India. Regulation, policy, activism, bhook hartal. Arey yaar, we are designers. We solve problems through at least my super weapon. Playfulness. Why punish when we can solve creatively, playfully, wonderfully, happily? And that's my challenge to all of you today. Let's first understand the challenge, then solve. Let me give you an example, quick example. Since I don't have time, I've tried to keep this very short. First, Dusra app. Especially the women. How many of you feel shit scared giving your mobile number to the delivery guy, to the Uber guy, to whoever the hell, grocery guy or something? Please raise your hands. Oh my God. And you're living in fear and not doing anything about it. Here's what I've been doing since 2 years. There's a startup in India called Dusra. So I install Dusra app on my phone. That gives me a virtual SIM. That number I pass around to everybody in the world. Okay? And then when anybody calls that number, it goes straight to a server. The phone is on a server. Call gets filtered, blocked automatically. Recording comes to me in my app on my phone. I check. If I think I need to call you back, what's your name, sir? Rahul. If I need to call back Rahul, bona fide guy, looks smart, serious, sincere, front bencher, definitely going to take his call. I'm just going to call back that number, but that call will get randomly routed through a number through the server to him, so he can never call back again. If he calls back again it'll go to Dusra. Again I can check. Isn't that cool? And then I can even have it switched on for a few minutes until my Uber guy comes, and then I can dispose the number. Or by location, as long as I'm in Goa and I need to give my number around, and then off. Now, isn't that how design should be used to solve a problem? Now, unfortunately for our slave mind in India, this Dusra company is under regulatory bullshit issues with the government trying to figure it out. Arey bhai, WhatsApp is looting us with Instagram and everything. Wo nahi dekhe Dusra. What's wrong, man? So come on, wake up, help us, help me, get out there and become the guardians of design. So let's become the digital Dundee march of design through the new Gandhis of India, which are all of you. Your job is to bring digital freedom back, and wealth and health. The second one is Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers is my favorite. Using Chat GPT AI. How many of you get spam calls? Here's something I know about all of you. All of you get spam calls, at least one a day, correct? More than one. And you get more than one SMS a day. Why are you being helpless? Aren't you designers? Can't you solve this challenge? And why is the government looking away? Or why is the telecom company looking away? You want to test this? Send a message of sedition. Okay, on spam, and watch how they'll take an action within 5 minutes. But they do allow all this shit to happen. Right? So don't fight for regulation. Jolly Rogers, Roger Anderson. How many of you know Roger Anderson or Jolly Rogers? One person? So Roger Anderson here picks up Chat GPT-4, takes your number, gives you a service per month, only 80 cents, 90 cents a month. I think that's wonderful. I'd pay for it. About 70 rupees a month. That's called design, okay? So if a spammer calls you, your phone rings after you pay the service. If you don't know who the person is and you know for sure it's a spam call, you wait, it gets forwarded to Jolly Rogers. Jolly Rogers has got a play store of sorts where they have more than 20, 30 characters. AI characters who pick up the phone. One of them pretends to be a drunk called Whitebeard. Okay? One of them pretends to be a shallow, flirty Instagram influencer. I forget her name. One of them pretends to be the wife of the drunk, who's a grandmother, who's only complaining that my grandson never calls me. And what do? They waste the hell out of the time out of the scammers. And then this guy puts these recordings on YouTube. Please check it out. He's hilarious. Where are the Jolly Rogers from India? The Lalu Prasad Yadav starting off in Bihari. Anji, what do you want? Or the Punjabi drunk having chicken tikka at night, picking up the phone and going on, oh, tu kaun hai oye? And so forth, right? And you should see how the scammers are damn confused what to do. Now you can scale this to 20,000 calls per second, 1 million calls per second. Isn't that a wonderful way to be healthy, wealthy, playful and fun? So let's do this digital subversion, guys. This is my invitation to all of you. We are designers. We are here to solve problems, to see opportunity instead of complain. The third is dignify. This one is edgy and controversial, but I love it. On Twitter or on social media something, suddenly you get screwed up because some woman puts a semi-nude photo of herself or something happens, you don't know what to do. Dignify uses AI to automatically clothe her. He said, oh no, everybody note. So on that note, I want to bring this topic forward. We are here for 2 days. Only the men have been talking. I apologize. Next time onwards, I hope that we have better gender inclusion. There are more women also who talk on design. And women, please step forward and make sure that you also take the podium. So Dignify is amazing. You should just look up this hashtag on Twitter. And that's what they're doing. Interestingly, the feedback is mixed. Some of these women actually hate it. Because that's the business, right? To be doing all this stuff. Yeah. So there are lots of ways in which you can use design to do crazy things. Creative ways, right? So I'm going to now start throwing challenges at all of you. Okay. First is, what is privacy? I told you what is security, but can you even tell me what is privacy? I have done this in India over the last 10 years, hundreds of research research tests with multiple mixed methods, no answer. The only way we understand privacy in India is if you live in a joint family. Then everybody understands privacy. No, Bhabhi should not see this, what I did shopping today. Right? But otherwise, we have no concept of privacy in our country. Hence, we are screwed. So my challenge to you is, can you explain privacy? And incidentally, Alok mentioned something yesterday, and I grinned to myself. I did that exercise 6 months ago. I'm going to share. And by the way, what is consent? All of you have given your consent on privacy. You don't even know what you've consented to. You have no idea how much you've given away. Okay? This is what I did. Alok, this is for you. Sabzi wala, you said yesterday. So watch. The challenge in India is called culture mapping. It's a very interesting part of design. Culture mapping is, how do you explain something across cultural divides and artificial walls? So I interviewed this person. He is in his late 40s, early 50s, non-literate, Android user, smartphone user, takes UPI payments. So digital inclusion happening, digital design happening, awesomeness. Except that, how many of you understand you cannot be an Android user if you do not have a Gmail ID? Play Store? I asked him, do you know what is Gmail? He says, I don't know. Have you ever checked email? No. Email kya hota hai, bhai? Okay, number one. Number two, this man is not even literate. So imagine this privacy violation. He is consented to his data being collected with no clue what's going on. So do you know how they set up Android phones in India? The guy selling it to you sets up a random email ID, or maybe gives his own email ID. Now that's dangerous. Okay, now I wanted his consent to use this photo. He doesn't know what consent is. So I asked him in Hindi, क्या मैं आपकी तस्वीर लोगों को दिखा सकता हूँ? आप हिंदुस्तान में तरक्की लेकर आएंगे? He says, yes. Okay. So how do I show all of you that I've taken his consent? So I said, okay, give me an indication. If you hold up this bangan, that is your way of communicating that you have given consent. You know what I mean, right? To all you digital literate designers, he's showing you the bangan. Got it? So he very proudly showed it up with that look on your face. All right, you techno elites, up yours, Get it right for me. Yeah, that color also. Our friend is in a mood. Dignify voice chat coming for you, sir. This is how I designed privacy for 1.4 billion. That's his son. I told him also to pick up the largest, ripest one for consent. I hope you understand what playfulness is in design, right? But this works. I've used a similar approach, but without being so edgy, for solving on health data for about 8 million people in India who don't understand what is health data. So I am going to throw challenges. The first challenge was, how do you explain privacy to people? How do you explain privacy to the non-literate, to the non-digital? And then get the consent. And how do you empower them so that they can come back? How do you get empowered to say, I don't want to get spam called? How do you get empowered to say, I don't want to get SMS'd? Solve this problem. You're sitting on a gold mine to solve these challenges. Second challenge, this is very funny. This is for all at Pearl. Niyam, can you just send me your WhatsApp? Or can you send me your Aadhaar card on WhatsApp? Ha, ha, ha. By the way, it's illegal to give your Aadhaar card to someone. Double illegal to put it on WhatsApp. I don't know if you even know this. Okay, so I never give my Aadhaar card ever. Aadhaar card is a bad design. And I'm picking up some challenges to solve for Aadhaar. I'm working on a very chill project. I'll reveal in about a year. So, and I'm not on WhatsApp. So when I go to airports, I show them a photocopy of my election card. It's in black and white, and I have so much fun every time I ask, because I'm a UX researcher. This is my election card. Now, you see, it's the world's largest democracy. You better not mess around with my election card. You're messing with democracy. Everybody puts their hands back. Second, it's a black and white. You can't recognize my face. And the guy says, haan, jaiye. I said, that's funny. My wife cannot recognize me. You recognized me. Every time it happens, my wife is usually walking with me. And I tell him that you can't recognize me. And he says, koi baat nahi, jao. Okay, so it's a scam. Never give your Aadhaar card at hotels. Do you even know how it's being used? In somebody's private. Have you seen the privacy policy from that person? Do you know where they could give it? That's terrible, right? How do we solve for this identity issue? And how do we get people not to do this? Design challenge. Everybody, wake up and smell the Bengaluru kapi. Next challenge, financial profiling. How many of you use Truecaller here? Okay, please go and change the name to Screwcaller. You don't know that you have given consent to Truecaller to read all your SMSs. What it is doing, and you can please go through my LinkedIn profile and check, it makes a profile of when you receive notifications to pay your bills, especially telephone bills and everything. How many times you paid bills and you get SMSs of confirmation of payments made. It is making a financial profile and credit rating of you. And after some months, it sends you a reminder, sir, this is Truecaller, your Airtel bill is pending. Who are you, Scandinavian, to tell me my data is sitting with you? So I uninstalled it. I took screenshots of the data that it's capturing around me. And this is financial profiling. Financial profiling number 2. I'm sleeping and I get a call. My wife gets a call. Hanji sir, Rahul ne aapka naam diya. Some guy called Rahul has taken a loan. I don't know who this is. Micro loan. Given my wife's name. She doesn't know who this is. And he is asking for loan repayment. That person. And they said, your name is here. Wow. Do you know where your name is given away as a guarantor? You don't. Wait till you see the mess of privacy coming up. How do you stop financial profiling? All of you, your credit rating is screwed. The PhonePe guy right now here would be found hiding under the table. Okay? Because he knows what I'm saying and he's laughing away because that's what all of us do. And we need to watch out for this. So I don't use Paytm or any of these wallets. The easiest thing to do, by the way, is to use the bank app, which gives you UPI. Why go to somebody else? Privacy for women. This one, of course, we talked about one issue. Let me tell you 2 more quickly. Number 1, women in America pregnant 2021. Are you aware of this? The law suddenly said that abortion is illegal in America. Okay, and then the law enforcement, without their official consent, tracking their locations of women across America. Pregnant women. So can you imagine, they know of all the women, how many are pregnant? Maybe even the woman's husband or mother-in-law does not know she's pregnant, but they know. And is she next to an abortion clinic? If the location is found next to one, send law enforcement. This was scary shit. That's your biology at play. And we should come back to India where we bring full respect and honor to the woman and her biology and her portal of life. What the hell is this patriarchal society doing? Even worse, I was in a village in Tamil Nadu and everybody was giggling and said, let's bring Niyam here. I walked in there. Women, I hope your blood boils when you hear what is going on. On a whiteboard in the government public space, they have put name, village address, age, including 13, 15, 16. Woman, mobile number, state of pregnancy, 1 month, 3 months, or 8 months, or what? I said, what the F is this? This is whatever happened to privacy. Proudly they tell me, oh, when the politicians come in, we show them all the work that we do. So, dashboard. I hope you understand what I said. We don't understand what is privacy. These are also teens in villages. Their names are exposed. And I forbade anybody to click a photo. I said, rub this off. I'll sue you guys if you do this. Speaking of privacy, My wife and I go to the hospital for some checkup, and we discover there that she's pregnant. I'm like, whoa, okay. And then I discover my son was born in October. My baby is also, second baby is also born in October. Immediately take a vow. Every February, you live on first floor, me on ground floor. Deal. But here's the interesting thing. By the time I got back home, 5 minutes, I'm getting a call. Would you like to reserve your stem cells? I'm like, who sold my privacy data on health in India? No law. If women, watch out how the patriarchy here is handling your health and private data. Okay, this one is amazing. Dating, matrimonial. So, this is my own private one-line joke. Matrimonial is about divorce from common sense. Okay, so one of my friends could not get married, and I took it up as a design challenge to solve. So I was doing my research, and I found something astounding. Those of you who've gone on matrimonial sites, there is no privacy. I received a PDF of every detail about the girl on it. Every detail she showed me. Her father's income, proof of property, proof of what her brothers and sisters are doing, their married legal status. I said, what the hell? Job, every detail, health, everything. And they're getting away with daylight robbery and murder here. Hey, you just want to get married, right? Just understand the value of that data when it gets sold over time. So let's solve for making design, because this is a billion-dollar industry, matrimonials in India. Okay? Privacy for children in the hypnotism of education and sharenting. You know what sharenting is? When parents are shamelessly sharing photos of the children when the kids are so small, and then they're going to regret it later. And how do we get kids off WhatsApp and Instagram and GVC and Classroom in schools? I'm not even talking about private. In fact, why has it not been questioned? Have you read the privacy policy of WhatsApp? Do you know European Union beat the shit out of them for having kid data on Instagram and everything? He apologized. But India ko dekho gulam. Mera bachcha WhatsApp per engineer banega. Shameless. I mean, you can see I get very upset about these things. Health data. Every minute your health fitness data band is sending data out. You need it. Women, your cycles are being tracked. Men, your heart and everything is being tracked. Data being shared across insurance and everything. And this is a gold mine of data. The biggest data of the new century. I know because I work in health. And I've done a lot of projects in health. Let's design for privatization and anonymization of data, which I did, by the way. Confidential, I can't share it, but I solved many of these large challenges in India for people, which is why I worked where I worked at this very large company, because I did not want data of Indian citizens given to an MNC in the name of health. Health is the new Gabbar Singh. Data de de data nahi to Gabbar Singh aa jayega. You know? So I said, oh, hold on, Gabbar. You keep the data out. Do what you have to do. Right? Shh, what about DNA? When you go and give your path labs and everything, you're asking for reports on WhatsApp and everything, or email, you are giving away your DNA data as well, but you don't know it, which means you violated the privacy of your descendants for the next 300 years. They're going to spit on your photographs when they discover what's happened to them. So please be very careful about this. These are challenges to all of us, and don't get so serious. Everything is going to be solved through playfulness. And what about AI? Now you've seen how my voice prints are being used. I picked up my daughter's Alexa and I went through its history. It had a detailed recording of her voice prints. How is that data going to be used? How is the voice print going to be used? So I even do that. I walk into any place. If I see there's an Alexa, I say, Alexa, do you know who I am? And usually the answer is, not yet. Imagine what's happening with cameras and everything. All right. Now, here's the other thing about AI. I mean, AI is a huge topic. Another day, another time. Digital fashion. We have two things happening. Yeah, I'm being told to switch off. I'll switch off. But 1 minute, please. I'm almost done. Wearables, of course, give away data. Digital fashion is amazing. I met a startup guy, just a photo of me in a public space. Everything gets tagged on price and brand to get a detailed profile on me. Wow. You're responsible. Second, go to Decathlon. They ask for your mobile number. You should see the fights I have with them there. Against the law of India to take for this, you have to take care of warranty without having to take my bill. Where does it say so? So I take a photograph of the bill, put it on Telegram and say, I'll get it back. You don't need my number. Or I ask them for their number, their PAN card, their health card, their urine test, their blood test, and I continue. Oh my God. Then they get ashamed and they run away. So be a little crazy. There is a private experiment research happening where in America, these researchers are figuring out how many people make love in cars. Because the cars have smart microphones and everything. So they're compiling that data. I mean, can you imagine this? Industrial product design. Wherever there is data, off it goes. So I'm not even, like I'm doing this very quickly because of this. And then we talked of digital sovereignty. My vision on starting Design Rev 10 years ago exactly was, India is known as the IT superpower of the world. Arey nahi. I want India to become the design superpower of the world. Hence, Design Rev is the initiative where I've trained over 10,000 people by now, mentored over 300, actually more than 300, I lost count now, startups, including some that made it to the top. Okay? And I feel that very soon India will be known as a design superpower. But only if designers solve the problem of digital sovereignty. Digital, what it means to be India on the internet. And that is my vision. Into that heaven of digital freedom, my father, especially for the Kong Bang, let my country awake. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Niyam, for such an interesting and informative session. Now, please join me in welcoming Dr. Sharad Mehra, President, Creative Arts Education Society and Regional CEO, Asia and Australia, Global University Systems, who is going to further elaborate on the topic, Boundless Expressions, the Techno-Creative Intersections. Sharad is a corporate strategist, thought leader, and futurist who has been passionate about transformative education and youth power and has been significantly contributing in the world of creative academia for more than a decade now. Please put your hands together for Dr. Sharad Mehra.
Good morning, everyone. Niyam, for all about optimism, you scared the shit out of everybody. साला ना फिटबिट पहन सकते हो ना व्हाट्सएप हमारी तो पूरी कंपनी व्हाट्सएप पे चलती है and all this thing about Mark Zuckerberg watching everybody's bedroom. But the thing is कि फिर मैंने उस पर reflect किया that if people are watching whatever you are doing in your bedrooms, cars as well, it sort of works both ways, isn't it? You can also watch what's happening inside those. I think that's why all this Instagram and whatever is a little interesting, but very, very scary. So please decide for yourself what you want to do with your health and fitness. And and sometimes, you are curious ki what is anybody going to do with my health data? वो data ही इतना खराब है, but I'm really worried कि दो चीजों से सबसे ज़्यादा डर है. एक तो they should not know my age and the weight. I mean, that's a concern was everybody. That was the big concern on table number 8, who don't have cue cards on their table, and they're having a good time. But thank you for kind of sharing that. But just kind of talking about the topic for today, it's really the techno-creative intersection and the whole idea of technology and creativity marrying together. I think the fundamental question is that, is it really a good marriage? I mean, and are there any terms that we need to kind of set out for ourselves? And when we were debating what we want to discuss in this, topic was really the whole idea of wearable tech, the whole idea of how all of this is really converging, this thing about digital dressing. I mean, is it like one of those fads that one has, or is it really going to be sustainable in the future? And does it really help in, any way? We kind of also want to explore, the virtual fashion shows. I mean, are they for real? I mean, is it like a gimmick, or they are going to be, staying out there? And the whole idea of metaverse, is it something that, Mark Zuckerberg created this big hype? Are we really ready for it? And is it really going to solve anything really fundamental that design is expected to solve? And these are really the questions which are there in front of you. We talked so much about AI. So is it really technology taking over completely, or there is going to be some room for creativity or not? And in the panel yesterday, and when one of you spoke with the typical design fervor and said designers will always be there and, just chest thumping. But is it just bravado, you're just kind of saying there, or that's what the fact is? And this is where, really need help from all of you to decode and decipher this for us. I just kind of randomly picked up some of the cue cards that are there on the table. So this one talks about the rapid prototyping and selling in design. Is it innovation, or it is like a very dangerous trend that moves towards impulsive buying? I spoke about the virtual runway, the wearable tech in fashion. I mean, great for utility, but does it kind of really kill that style element? Where kind of everybody is wearing things that are digital. Then again, that whole tech-driven storytelling, is that the technology has completely taken over that part? I mean, we saw what Biren was showing yesterday, and Alok talked about Satyajit Ray. So is one taking over the other? That pure romance of a particular film is getting lost because you've got 500 3D designers who are working in isolation and doing all the coding stuff together to create something. You can always put them in front with an award and a nice picture taken, but have they creatively contributed to creation of that masterpiece? Do they even know what the big picture is? And this is really what the fundamental question of this confluence of creativity and design and technology. So is it a confluence, or is it actually a conflict that we are not kind of really seeing it because we are kind of swayed by everybody else in the world of technology? So we've got some folks from the technology side, and we've got a lot of designers in the room, and there are like those in-between people who don't really kind of belong to either of these, the liberals in this context, to kind of bring a different voice into the room, because as we know, that there are no absolute rights and wrongs everywhere. So eventually saying that, okay, technology will prevail, or, let's kill AI and therefore let's bring our original creativity will also not work. So what exactly is the future going to be? I think that's really the question in front of all of you. And as we start the World Cafe format now, the cue cards are there to just help you aid that conversation. So that's the curriculum and syllabi for the next session. So let's kind of get on with it. I don't know what instructions have to be given, but I just wanted to get the fundamental question here is that, is this marriage for real? And is this marriage really going to work? Because one partner in this marriage seems to be overpowering the other one at this point in time. So that's the question. I leave it to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mehra. Well, as we continue our journey through boundless expressions, I invite you to engage in an immersive exchange of ideas and insights at a World Cafe format session. Each table offers a unique opportunity to explore different facets of boundless expressions, from sustainable practices in digital fashion to the role of AI in content creation. Each table here has a mentor and a reporter. In the role of guide and facilitator, the mentors will help to facilitate a productive dialogue. They will encourage active listening, ensuring that everyone's perspectives are heard, and steer the conversation back on track if it veers off course. Additionally, they will share their own experiences and insights related to the theme to enrich the discussion and provide space to make meaningful connections. The reporter at each table will serve as the documenter and storyteller. Their role involves capturing the key points, insights, and discussions that unfold during the event. They will take notes, record quotes, and gather information to create a narrative that highlights the summary of each table's conversation. Additionally, they can also share their observations and reflections with the larger group, helping to weave together the diverse perspectives and stories that emerge from the World Cafe discussions. This role adds an important dimension to the event by documenting the collective wisdom and experiences of the participants, which can be valuable for future reference and learning. On each table, you will find cue cards to navigate the theme, doodle sheets to sketch, draw, doodle, or just make a point. Please feel free to use them liberally. There is a dictaphone on every table to record the conversations. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's delve deeper into the countless possibilities of technology-driven education. Please note you just have 40 minutes for this session, and your time starts now. Boundless expressions. Here, experts in the Pecha Kucha format will share their insights on the evolving landscape of creativity and technology. And to moderate the session, may I please invite on stage Meha Jaiswal, Professor and Associate Dean of Fashion Communications, Pearl Academy.
Hi everyone, this room, please can I request you to maintain silence? We are just starting with a panel discussion.
Please welcome on stage Meha. Meha has a distinguished career spanning over 24 years in the fashion and media industry, a London College of Fashion UK alumnus. She's also a postgraduate in higher education from Nottingham Trent University, UK. Her extensive expertise encompasses curriculum research, planning, and pedagogy. At Pearl, Meha imparts her wisdom across fashion communication, media management, advertising, journalism, and entertainment and PR. Please join me in welcoming the panelists on stage. So from table number 1, please welcome Amrita Bhatt from Zepto. We need you here within 10 seconds, I would say, not 10 minutes. Amrita from Zepto. From table number 2, please welcome Soumya Agarwal from Meesho. From table number 3, please welcome Anupama Singh from Interview Cracker. Wow, we have all the women on the stage. And now from table number 4, please welcome Surendra Singh Rajpurohit from Terms Intelligent Apparels. From table number 5, please welcome Devanshu Datta from Third Eyesight. Devanshu, can we have you on stage? Table number 6, please welcome another lady, Reena Evans from ACO. Reena, can we have you on stage? From table number 7, please welcome Vikram James from 100 Hands. And from table number 8, please welcome Arpana Jathana Walters from Modernate. I think somebody has to join, yes. Over to you, Meha.
Okay, thank you. Niyam, you said in the morning that there were so many men yesterday and we want women designers to be here. And look, yes, okay. Woo! Okay. Thank you so much for nominating women designers and women leaders here from your tables, and thank you for the woman moderator also. Okay, we were discussing boundless expressions, boundless creativity, and many things that we discussed on the table, and also the boundless data that we are sending out to these, what we discussed with Niyam this morning, and becoming popcorns. Okay, so today we have all the panelists here with me, and we are going to do it in a Pecha Kucha style, which is you have 400 seconds to sum up what we discussed on each table. Points could be around how is job security being addressed? Is it job security? It is about replacement. When the cars came in, the hats went. The hats went because people were buying cars there, and suddenly it impacted, the hats. What happened to the culture of aur dikhaiye? On my table, we were discussing aur dikhaiye. When we go to retail stores, aur dikhaiye. What is happening to that? Is it digital culture or digital clothing and virtual clothing which will change that? So over to you for these discussions. So could I please request, say, table number, could we start from the right here? Okay, lady in red. Then we start with lady in red, yeah. Thank you so much. Please give your name also. On.
Hi everyone, my name is Reena and I'm working with ACO in the CX, which is customer experience, one of the backbone for every design, from the product where it starts the journey to how it has been sustainably built as a business model. So on our table, I think we discussed about how technology is driving storytelling, and the topic about how technology is creating meaningful jobs, or is there any other things? How technology is driving privacy in the data, what do we have to do? I think the narrative that we on the table understood is, it had both pros and cons of the technology, but from the Indian user's point of view or the mindset, it's more about creating a pattern, understanding the use case of each of these patterns and simplifying the life of the users is what mostly it is helping with. Like we have taken some example from a health industry. How is it important for us to understand the health of us and our family members than somebody else taking this data and using it? But at the broader context, do we have a control on it? Do we have a control, somebody putting strong guidelines to what level these designs that are made by the business use cases can leverage this data to something more dangerous? My data is useful for me and well-being of my family, but how is my data going out? How do we have any body which is governing it? I think that's been the broader statement, that at least in the world that we are living in India, we don't have a governing body which is controlling data from a more secure point of view. And again, from the privacy, when we talk about, it is we who are giving this data, and we need to be more meaningful and careful while downloading this data or apps that we are using. And about the storytelling using the technology is one of the topics we are discussing. I think we already discussed in one of the keynote speakers addressing this, how Alexa is storytelling us, how Insta is storytelling what we have to watch, how Facebook is narrating what we have to buy, what Swiggy, Zomato is telling what we have to eat.
Time.
So I think end of the day, yes, a meaningful usage of this whole data is what built on our table. Everything is on our hands.
Lovely, thank you. And you spoke about user experience, and yesterday in Professor Nandi's presentation and some table discussions also, that whether we want to, is anyone looking at the stakeholders also? We are only talking about users, that's what you said. We are only talking about users. So from user design to stakeholders, like in this, and he gave an example of this hotel. Mostly we are, looking at customers who are walking in, or people who are coming here like us, but who is looking at the employees? And that is what the new user interface and the user experience should look at. The designers have to look at. Thank you for bringing this. Could we go here, and could we start with you?
Hi, I'm Vikram James from Table 7. So basically we started with the integration of AI in fashion design. Does it revolutionize creativity and stifle originality? So we had quite a few different, POVs on this. And so first was using AI to help build an idea. So as long as AI is being used to build the idea and give the person who's creating the idea credit, it isn't stifling originality. It's just helping your ideas come to life. Then we were also looking at, is AI actually used to create anything new? Because it's just using data that it's already accumulated over whatever the course of the model. And so it's using ideas that are already there. But then the opposing point for that was, is anyone creating anything new? Like, we're all just recycling ideas in a new format. Then we were also thinking as how AI can help with fashion for Indian women. So like with wardrobe variety, sizes, and an in-app application that can use AI to sort of scan you for your, get your body type, and then start suggesting clothes or a wardrobe for you. We also looked at how important it is for for India to develop regulations on AI, as it's still a new tool and highly unregulated. It's like the Wild West out there. So we also need a way to give give the original creator credit. So how we go about doing that
Some
was discussed.
ethical considerations.
Correct. Yeah. Then we also looked at how AI generated content is a boon for efficiency, but a threat to the soul of artistic creation. So, efficiency-wise, AI is the future. It can generate whole web pages in seconds. But like one of the points was, you're not going to lose your job to AI, you're going to lose your job to someone who knows how to use AI. So rather than look at it as a threat to the soul of artistic creation, look at it as an enabler for the artistic process. We also looked at how voices in AI need to be more inclusive. So,
All right.
okay.
Thank you so much. But we'll park our thoughts here. These are just some sessions that, provocations that we are giving. I would like to bring in Devanshu here, because what he spoke, and Devanshu, you answered it, or you discussed it very well on the table. I come from the same table number 5, where you talk about replacements, and we spoke about human, and so please, over to you, Devanshu.
How many seconds do I have?
400, you can go take 500, because we are from the same table.
Nepotism is a good thing. So we just to set the context, we had 3 cue cards that we ended up discussing, but the third one we had run out of time, so we discussed it the least. But I'll reverse the order. So we discussed what we discussed last was digital clothing, a solution for reducing fashion waste, or is it a frivolous trend that adds to environmental concerns? And we spent a lot of time discussing virtual clothing rather than digital, till Niyam walked in and said it's digital clothing and not virtual. But essentially it was about looking at having choices and digital clothing being functional. And if the function is met, then it is not useless. It's not kind of adding to environmental concerns, except when it gets into excess. And that's really the nub of it. The second one was virtual runway shows, are they a step towards sustainability or a superficial attempt at eco-friendly branding? We had a few views around that. It was around, virtual production, having... there was a debate around whether you need more touch and feel, whether it will go away, or whether you actually have the authenticity of experience when you're kind of, seeing things through virtual runway and so on and so forth. But having said that, I think there was some openness around the table to use the tools to kind of, allow for exploration of design. Particularly in terms of, creativity, expressions of creativity, and kind of cycling through those, allowing that to happen through the tools. The one cue card that we actually ended up spending a lot of time on, which was the first one, and obviously when you start off the discussion, it kind of goes into a great amount of detail. And that was AI in the content creation context. Whether it is a tool for democratizing creativity or is it a threat to job security in the creative industry. And I think this is a very deep question for a lot of people, a lot of concerns. I think there was some acceptance within the group that these are tools, they are still maturing. There's a lot which can be done, but there's a lot more which can't be done by the tool itself. It is a misnomer to call it artificial intelligence. Because the intelligence of the creator, the human creativity is something which is in that sense indispensable as of now. There was some debate about how long it would take for the AI to get to the level of intelligence. So there is still the issue about designing prompts, engineering prompts in that sense. Where does that come from? That comes from human ingenuity itself.
Last point.
Yes. So one fundamental point that I'd kind of leave with the group is actually what we need to do is question what it means to be human. And unless we do that, we will not understand our relationship with what we are creating as artificial general intelligence or artificial intelligence. What makes us human gets into, and somebody said, this is getting into the area of philosophy. I said it will get into the area of philosophy, ethics, all of that. But essentially, we are all bundles of programming, whether 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years of programming. Most of the experiences that we have gathered have been generated from outside this being. So therefore, we are also artificial intelligences in that sense. What does it mean to be human at the core will define then what AI generated by human beings and through computing cannot do. And that will be the differentiator, and that will be the kind of intelligence that we can carry on.
Thank you, Devanshu. Well summed up, actually. Thanks. Anupma, over to you.
Hi, I'm Anupama, co-founder and CEO of Interview Cracker. It's an speech AI and generative AI platform for helping companies for their interviews while they are hiring the candidates. I am doing AI since 2001, and what personally I felt that it has given me wings to think more creative. And that is what our discussion was around this on our table. We all discussed that, why this AI is, all these, some like taking jobs or taking our creativity. We have a one wonderful, beautiful lady on our table from the fashion designing, and she has done 20 years the manual fashion designing, and she has a knack of it, you can see that and can tell that how it is going. Once the AI came and she has to give the data, she did not know it. She realized at that time that she could write it down 6,000 of her own rules, which was fed to the data. So she felt empowered, right? I knew these many rules, now I can transfer these things to the next generation. But at the same time, she is more worried about that if we kill creativity to the next generations, where will the next 6,000 rules will come from? Right? So what we realized together, discussed together, is that the foundation level of creativity is needed, like you said, sir, right? The prompt engineering is the thing which is going to, AI is not going to, AI I am doing 2001, and it was much before that. Now we realize the prompt engineering, what prompt to give to get the output. So that is going to define the next thing. But beautiful thing it has brought in our Gen Z. They're more productive. And the last 20 years, if we see, we all craved about work-life balance. But they enjoy both the life work as well as they're ready to, they finish the work they just think works get it done. And then they enjoy after that. How are it happening? These are happening just because of AI and the tech and all those things, right? So they are more transactional because of AI and all. They think short, and they think short and act fast, act short also, right? Work-life balance has improved for them if they want to. So many places, we had one gentleman who is doing a research on breast cancer. For that, they need data, right? So data is helping, yes, but it is, we compromise. We need to think where to compromise, how to compromise, because these compromises are irreversible. Right? So many times we unknowingly share the data. Like if we share a Google map to one of my friends, he shared to all of his friends that come to Anupama's house, today is the party. Right? We don't know how are they going to use it. To summarize it, Bhushan from our table has given us a very beautiful triangle. It's at one top it's knowledge, the other experience, the third was its extension. And in center is the tech and AI. We need to balance, and then the beautiful lady from the IT industry, she said that it should be equilateral triangle. If we imbalance it, something will be disturbed in the nature. So that is what we discussed.
Beautiful, beautiful concept. Thank you. Thanks, Anupama. And over to you, Surendra. Which table number?
Table number 4. 4. No, it was one of the most intelligent table I have ever sat with, the members. Cheers
women?
to you all.
All women?
No mix of it. We have 4 subjects which we have discussed. Sorry, before that I will introduce myself. So I was Surendra Singh Rajpurohit. I was in automotive industry. Now I'm falling in love with this fashion industry. And you know, after spending 20 years, now I'm thinking why I have not spent 20 years into fashion. It's been only 2 years. And we do, our brand now, which I'm founder of, is called Terms Intelligent Apparels. So it has been on Shark Tank also recently. So that's, we call it Shark Tank fame. But thank you. But this discussion what we had was amazing. I can tell you 4 subjects which we have touched upon. AI in fashion, rapid prototyping, digital clothing, and internet data security, what we have seen. So, you know, starting with AI, because some of the subjects are a bit of overlapping, but I think it will give you context of what actually this question means and what it means to us. You know, AI in fashion, actually, we feel that, as we discussed, that it helps in fashion. It reduces our go-to-market timelines. You know, earlier this was a very, very costly way to, you know, go-to-market used to sometimes kill the companies or the brand or the projects. So AI has helped to a level where you can fail fast and then again try something. So, you know, if you use AI in a very selective and positive way, it is a blessing sometimes. And also we discussed that, you know, it is like AI needs some inputs. So it's a garbage in, garbage out kind of theory also. So if you feed whatever, and machine also learns something which is not good, someday, you know, it will not be that useful. So you have to be very, as you rightly said, that prompt engineering is a concept which will actually develop, and there will be, you know, a lot of emphasis on that kind of tech also. Rapid prototyping, we discussed that, you know, market value proposition or product market fit will be very, very faster. So, you know, AI has to be your co-pilot whenever you're doing something. So that is one thing which has come out in that discussion. Digital clothing, you know, fast fashion is not so sustainable, but I think, you know, you can't be out of the market. You say, okay, now everything is this and I will be out of trend. You can't be out of trend if Gen Zs are, their buying behavior is such that this is what it is happening. So we have to find some ways that you have to balance sustainability also in there. Example came up that when Adidas is using seaweed, you know, that's a very good thing that, you know, people, even Gen Z wants to also be, because it is made of some weed and something, they say, okay, this is sustainable. There comes the subject of lazy sustainability. You know, I want to, you know, have a nice sustainable packaging, but I want to buy 20 times in a month. You know, but still you want to feel that. So it's a notion of sustainability that I am contributing to sustainability, but indirectly I am actually doing bit of minus in carbon points. So then the point comes, we discussed about that, you know, the world is moving towards carbon point currency. And this is a subject which is being debated hugely now. And, you know, there will be some, either a production units or countries which will be taxed heavily if you are not carbon positive. And there are countries which are actually contributing to carbon positive activities. They will be actually taxed less, and those who are into carbon negative minus. So there will be some barter system happening either in a tax way. So a person who, example is person who grows 1,000 trees. So he will collect 1,000 points. So he can trade that points to a company or a process which is actually carbon negative. So that kind of trend will come. So that's how, you know, this is how. And data privacy, I think you know, it has been a scary subject which we have seen. And I think how you use our data, and we said, you know, I want to give my data where it is useful to me. And we have to be very cautious on that, and not that completely it is negative, but I think that helps also. But that's
Thank you so much. We go straight to you. Thank you.
Hello? Check. I'm representing table number 8, and I was saying, as any, you know, good discussion, we had a lot of divergent views, but I hope I have captured most of it. My name is Arpana Jatana Walters. For the last 25 years, I've been in retail design. I've been the head of Enamor for the last 15 years. I come from a company called Modnick. We have 7 brands. So a lot of experience with fashion in mass market as well as in premium. And to touch on some of these points that we've discussed, 2 of them touched on sustainability and whether it's real sustainability or whether it's, you know, closer to greenwashing, and it's very similar. what happens is with fashion shows, if the fashion show is digital and it's only the fashion show which is, in the space of sustainability, then it's just greenwashing. If you're not going to follow through with your production and everything that happens along with it, your raw materials, everything being sustainable, then it's really, it's just greenwashing. It's good for your PR and everything, but it's not really a sustainable or an environment-friendly practice. We also touched on, what was the second point? Sorry. I'm having a little bit of trouble reading the handwriting. The second one was on rapid proto, creating rapid prototypes. Again, a lot of back and forth discussion, and what one of the people at our table said is, if the prototypes are being made digitally and everything is being shared on a cloud, and that is again, going to be on servers which are taking up a lot of space, then it's not really environment friendly. It's not really sustainable. So a lot of it depends on the balance of how much are we going to spend on, say, the prototypes versus how much are we going to spend on actually keeping everything on the digital space. So it's a balance. And when it comes to, doing things sustainably, if you are going to keep consuming and, buying things faster, telling ourselves that, okay, anyways, this is sustainable, similar to what you said just now, it's a net negative. It's, not getting us anywhere. So the next point was on digital clothing. Yes, digital clothing, again, we had a little bit of discussion on whether it's digital clothing or wearable tech. If you have digital clothing that can actually read everything, again, we might have issues with privacy. Women might not be very comfortable with it. But if we can try on things without actually getting into actual spaces where we have to try on real clothing, it might actually be more sustainable going forward.
Thank you. Thanks. And we straight go to your table. Table number?
Table number 2. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Soumya. I'm a product designer with Meesho. I have 8 years of experience in user experience design. And we had a great discussion. So the first thing that we discussed on was AI in content creation, a tool for democratizing creativity or a threat to job security in the creative industry. And I think most of us agreed that it cannot really be a threat to job security. It is again an enabler. We believe that AI and creativity can coexist. It can help people be more productive. And there was a very interesting line that Alok mentioned. That was, we can be a society of consumption instead of a society of consumption. And what if we replace the word AI with data crunching? It's just, you're just crunching data. Data crunching and emotional intelligence can do wonders. So again, coming back to the point that human is the only reality that was, humanity is the only reality that was mentioned yesterday. And that was the first, conclusion that we made. The second point that we discussed was AI-generated content is a boon for efficiency, but a threat to the soul of artistic creation. We had a couple of thoughts on that. So we believe that definitely it can be efficient, but it may not be the threat. It may not be a threat to the soul of artistic creation, because ultimately we all long for connection. We all are humans, and we all would want to feel connected. So maybe a machine or AI can help us in efficiency, but cannot really relate to the emotions of what we feel. So at a point, we will definitely want to, feel connected, and the story has to have that form of expression, which can only happen with humans, with humans expressing it. The next thing that we discussed was technology-driven storytelling in media is enriching narratives but jeopardizing the authenticity of human expression. Again, I think this is very similar to the previous point that we mentioned. It was on the similar lines that definitely storytelling is something which involves a lot of expression, a lot of human emotions. Again, AI can just be, just an enabler in helping you be more efficient, but ultimately it's the form of expression. And the next thing that we discussed was sustainable design practices in the fashion industry are a marketing strategy for brands to appear socially responsible, and we quite agreed to that. Like we mentioned, greenwashing. But we also discussed that, this can be something where companies can be more socially aware. We as designers can be more conscious in making products which are sustainable. Like brands, bigger brands, whatever they are doing in terms of sustainability, if they be more conscious about it, there can be more business opportunities. We even discussed about, someone mentioned about, influencers using the same wearing the same sari in different ways. That can be a great way of, buying products and using the same product in terms of sustainability. And
we can close it here, and let's move to the last table, and the youngest one here. Welcome.
So I'll be speaking for table number 1. Hi, I'm Amrita and I am from Zepto. So our table had a lot of people from diverse occupations. So there were principals, teachers, designers, NGOs, a lot of people. So I think we all agreed that in all our occupations, AI is a great enabler. For example, someone were telling about how writing a mail could become so easy with ChatGPT. So, for example, as a teacher, I think teaching is something that involves a lot of empathy, experiential learning, that kind of connection that AI cannot do. But writing an email, assigning tasks for students, or maybe creating the course material itself can be done by AI. So that's how you could increase the efficiency. So I think, and we think AI should be seen as a tool, and that's about it. And we should make it work for us and not the other way around. And we also talked about job security. I think this has always been happening, right? Even during the Industrial Revolution, there were a lot of jobs that were taken away. But that was not the end of it. And that has only led to more progress. And I think for designers, even when Illustrator as a tool came out, a lot of people who used to do hand sketching were thinking that what's going to happen to us. But the quality of designs and life itself has improved since then. So I think we humans will always figure out a way to, make it work for us basically and not become a slave of it. And at the end of the day, it's about human connections. So even at Zepto, I think we keep talking about how we can, for example, delivery, it's a grocery delivery app. I think most of us would like to actually feel the vegetables, that human touch, that connection doesn't come through an app. And it's almost very difficult and impossible for us to figure out how we can bring in that element. And that is where we always come back to human connections, as we were talking.
Last point.
Yeah, sure. And we are also thinking about, if anything, because AI, a lot of opinions that things are copied and stuff. So we were also having discussions about whether anything is super original at all, because we all get inspired every day and do things from here and there. So in a way, it's enabling our creativity, and it's all on us and how we use it is what I think we could all agree on.
Thank you. So, yes, we are bang on time. And just last remark here for my, team academics here. There was a discussion around originality. There were discussions around whether we are at the risk of creative paralysis. No, we are moving towards creative experimentation abound. It's boundless creativity that's building up. And what's original? Yes. What's human? These are some questions that we have to ask ourselves. It starts with that philosophy, and tech comes later, which is just a tool for creative and for boundless experimentation. Thank you so much. Thank you, panelists. And please sign your sheets here, because these will go in our documentation. Yes, original work. We will then publish an original book out of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Neha and the panelists, for such an engaging session. Well, as we continue our journey, we shift our focus to a theme that is at the very core of our mission, reimagining education. In an age where technology is reshaping every aspect of our lives, the landscape of education is undergoing an intense transformation. We will explore how educators and learners alike are adapting to the challenges and opportunities of the digital age. And to talk more about reimagining education, designing the future of creative learning, may I please invite on stage a leader who has helped advance the state of art of industrial design in its broadest sense across multiple sub-disciplines. He has chaired discipline-transforming international conferences such as IDSA's 50th Anniversary Conference, Interaction Week 2019, and DMI International Conference 2011. At Microsoft, he led the corporate design excellence team for over a decade and helped build a global design community of over 1,000 designers across multiple centers in the US, China, Czech Republic, Denmark, India, Ireland, Israel, and Japan. He led the World Design Organization's Global Chief Design Officer Consortium of top industrial design leaders across the world. He served as president of the Board of Design in Public and on the advisory boards of DMI and Seattle Interactive. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Surya Vanka, founder of Authentic Design, for a keynote address.
Thank you so much. I don't need those. Just get situated here. Hello, everybody. I am between you and lunch, which is not a great place to be, but I know that your appetites have been fully met with all those wonderful ideas. Wasn't that fantastic, that last session? Round of applause to all those folks who put that together, and to all of the speakers who came before me. It's really fun to be speaking at this point where, my brain is also really full of ideas and, I've been learning so much. So I am going to speak in the next 40 minutes about reimagining education. What does it mean to take all of these ideas and reimagine education? So let's begin. So imagine this spaceship that we call planet Earth. And it's 2024, a Martian lands. This Martian shows up every now and then, and this Martian lands and approaches the human and says, so what's going on your planet these days? And the human says, it's kind of tough right now. We've got all kinds of things going on. We've got like biodiversity loss, we've got pandemics, we've got inequality, poverty, we've got wars, nuclear proliferation. Lots of stuff is happening. We also have this crazy thing called AI that's happened recently. So it's just kind of a mess right now. And the Martian leaves and says, wow, this planet, this spaceship floating in space is really having a bit of an existential crisis, and it needs some help from its brightest to make its way out from there. Right? That's where we are located. And the future that's unfolding is no longer the future that it was even a few years ago. So this future is going in different ways. And we see all of these, Sharad did an amazing job of unpacking some of those things. But, last year, for the first time for a whole year, we breached the 1.5 degree climate shift, right? We have seen the highest temperatures in the ocean. We said goodbye to a lot of our fellow travelers on this spaceship. This is the frog, the Montevideo tree frog, who's been around on the planet for 110 million years. And we said goodbye last year to them. So about 24 species going extinct per day. About 8,700 go extinct every year. In fact, that's an undercount. And we also happen to be at a point where there's only 3 countries on the planet that are really have peace right now. Every other country is somehow engaged in some kind of a level of war. And throughout the planet, we are seeing movements, in response to this time, social justice movements of all kinds, that people are really trying to take charge back and try and shape things. We also see, closer to the world of learning, we are finding this thing that came out from LinkedIn last week. LinkedIn said, hey, the greatest skill that you need for the future cannot be learned in a textbook. It's adaptability, right? There's no one can teach you this in a university, right? Last year, the big tech giants, all of them said they don't care about degrees anymore, right? And this is just the next step in that. But it's not all bad news. This is also the year where there was the big European Green Deal, right? Moving toward the sustainable economy. We are seeing the Hornsea 1 project, which is the largest wind farm ever. We're starting to see a proliferation of these aero farms that are really trying to figure out a way to be able to support the growing need for food without pesticides. We're seeing all kinds of things. And we're also starting to build our technological prowess. So this is Google's quantum supercomputer, the Sycamore, which achieved in 200 seconds that would take a supercomputer 10,000 years to complete. So immense amount of computational power is just around the corner, right? We're starting to see a movement has started towards EV. It's going through its fits and starts, but we are starting to move away from fossil fuel. We're starting to see powerful tools like CRISPR-9, which are now allowing gene editing to get ahead of disease, create personalized medicine. We're now starting to see our e-health platforms becoming very large and scaled globally. We're starting to see, in response to the needs to create more equitable worlds, the rise of e-currencies. This is from the Bahamas. We're also in the world of learning, seeing things like the Khan Academy, right, which has made free learning available to even do your SAT, do your preparation for SAT for free. And we are starting to see a lot more players come in and participate in helping upskill learning. So are you dizzy just after those slides have shown you these little vignettes here to here? You should be, because we live in a VUCA world. What is a VUCA world? A world of constant volatility, uncertainty, change, and ambiguity. This is what our world is right now. Every day, the change that happens was what people needed to deal with that change in a decade in the past and a century in the past. This happens daily, right? So no wonder we all feel that level of anxiety, uncertainty, excitement, and this mess of emotions constantly. This is the VUCA world. So now coming to learning. What is the role of learning in a VUCA world? Now, the role of education and learning, what is it in society? Typically, it is meant to develop individuals and societies to enable economic prosperity, build social cohesion, and overall well-being of communities. That's what education does in the world, right? It lays foundations for cultures and societies to have sustainable futures and helps them prepare for the future. When we get to this VUCA world, the role of education, creative education, shifts. Business is not normal. We are in bizarre times. These times have never happened on this spaceship, Earth. Right? So we can't pretend to do education like it's been done before. We have to rethink everything. And these are some of the things we need to be thinking about when we are thinking of education at this time. We need to be thinking of education building adaptability, resilience, critical thinking skills, ability to solve problems, because we've got a lot of problem solving to do ahead of us, right? Proficiency in technology and digitality, because digitality is the technology of our times, right? Leadership, ethical leadership, global citizenship, lifelong learning, building emotional intelligence to manage this moment we are in, right? And sustainability. We need to be, this is the capabilities we need to be building and not simply skill level capabilities. This is the calling for education. Tough. This is not easy, what we are trying to do, but we have to do it. And to do it, what I want to do in my talk is offer 3 frames of how we might approach this. And those 3 are, we can make progress by fostering collective imagination and collective action rather than individual action, which has been what education's been about for a long time. Next, really embracing the technology of intelligence, and obviously I'm talking about AI, but it's a bit more, and rethinking what the role of inclusion is and turning it into this advantage. And those are the 3 areas I'm going to be talking about. Again, that's my background. I already had an introduction, so I won't talk about that. My goal here in the next 37 minutes or 36 minutes when we leave is I want to really, my job is really to provoke thoughts for the World Cafe. You got a huge pool of ideas. I want to add some more, to the idea pool. And I'm going to try my best to make this content easy to digest. And to do that, I'm going to use the How Might We framework, right? Niam already teased that up. So what are How Might We's? How Might We's are statements, tools used by designers to open up the ideation space and think creatively. So I am going to, as we go along, I'm going to offer you some How Might We's. They'll look like this. I ask you, if you like, to take your phone out and take a picture each time you see one of these frames with a blue border. That's a How Might We that for you to take away to your discussions. There will be 9 How Might We's. And so what I'm trying to do is process what I'm saying into How Might We's, package it up so it helps you in your discussions. So far, so good? Okay, all right, let's go. So, first, foster collective imagination. Now, we already have platforms that have evolved which foster collective imagination and collective action. The most popular one of them is Wikipedia, right? Where this is a high-quality article on design thinking in Wikipedia, and this has been put together by 107 authors over the course of about 15 years or so. And we see that, we also see that authorship is transparent. We see that the authorship, there are the 2 authors who have really contributed a lot to that page. One was a school teacher and one was one of the luminaries of design. So it also allows ordinary people and experts to come together and co-create, right? And this is about creating value together, not creating value individually, right? 107 people have written this article together to create this really valuable thing that we can go to. If you want to learn about design thinking, go to Wikipedia. Now, this idea of creating value from a lot of knowledge, this is really, when we think about design, that's what it is, right? The design thinking process, or the design process, what is it? Harnessing raw creativity and turning it into value. There's a lot of creativity in the world, but finally we want to get some value. To do that, of course, we go through some kind of step-by-step process to finally funnel down to get to that value. And we break it up in 6 steps or 7 steps or 9 steps, but there are some steps that always tend to be starting with the journey of understanding, going to the journey of creation. Right? That's what design thinking is. And that's why when we think of design thinking, it's human-centered, and it goes through the iterative and goes through these processes to eventually get innovative. So I have used this particular method in all my career, right? And most recently at Microsoft, designing a whole bunch of things using this design thinking process. I also got this extraordinary opportunity at Microsoft, not only just to unleash my own creativity to make things, but because we had this amazing CEO. When I was there, I got to work in the office of the CEO. He said, go unleash the creativity of everyone in this great company. So building out design thinking capability across the company to maybe over 25,000 people, teaching them how to become design thinkers and also to shift the company. Reminds me of, again, what Niam called about all these big companies being just popcorn without design thinking, right? So that was, for me, that was an extraordinary journey. But there was also, for me personally, there was a moment of great learning when, with about 6 other people, Satya asked us to build the biggest hackathon in the world, right? He gave us 3 months. He said, go guys, go build the hackathon. We're going to, everyone in the company, 120,000 people, we're going to stop and hack, right? And that shifted, expanded, exploded my view of design, because there was in about 83 countries, about 15,000 people working a whole bunch of different projects. And one of those projects was this project called the Eye Gaze Project. And the Eye Gaze Project was something that I was not one of the designers on it, but it was a group of people coming together, and they're trying to solve a really, really hard problem of how do you help somebody who has ALS, that horrible disease that takes away all physical ability but just leaves the eyes and the brain intact. How do you give mobility, dignity, independence to somebody? So in 38 hours, this team came together, and they built a wheelchair that a person with ALS could drive around with just their eyes. And it blew my mind. How did this happen? I had worked on projects that 2 years later we can solve this, right? Solve similar scale projects. In 38 hours, this team had done it. And I realized I'd glimpsed something that was quite extraordinary. And that was the power of the creativity of swarms, with a lot of power in the leaf nodes coming together with a sense of purpose, direction, handing off leadership, and doing a bunch of things that swarms do very well, and combining that with design thinking. And so that set me off on a whole journey of thinking, all right, all those things that Martian was talking about, and that we were saying, we have a lot of challenges right on our planet. Sharad told us about a bunch of those. Species extinction, these mega cities, the end of the oil wars, the start of the water wars, plastic in every bird on the planet. To be able to take on these challenges seemed like this thing that these teams were doing in these few hours in that hackathon. That was the way to address this. In a world of thousands of wicked problems, we can't solve it if we want to deploy this powerful general purpose method called design thinking, which has something that we can use to solve these. We can't do it when designers are at 0.001% of the world. We somehow need to harness broader creativity if we are going to take on these humongously hard problems where, half the fresh food in the world gets thrown away because it gets spoiled, and we've got about half folks who go hungry. These are wicked problems. And so this needs some way that we harness very broad human creativity of everybody. And so that's taken me on a journey on how to take that hackathon thinking and grow it broader on a planetary scale to be able to really harness that and turn that into value. And so I've been building out this idea of how do we get swarms operationalized. And for me, a key part of that was really, as a designer, when I'm solving something, there's a lot going on in my head. I'm thinking broad, thinking narrow, converging, diverging, thinking in pictures, thinking in images, stating problems, coming up with ideas, right? It's very hard for somebody not aware of that process to know it, because there's this huge internal process where designers sometimes act like black boxes, magic, right? Ideas come like. But if we can take all that and somehow represent it instead of in the head, but in space, externalize cognition, then we've got a way to let other people in. And so I found that this creating process maps of both my own design thinking and the design thinking of designers I admire was very handy. And then I started to run experiments in some of the hardest constrained cases of where people were trying to solve problems. Here I'm working with homeless women. In Seattle, huge problem with women being homeless, and the city tried so many times and couldn't solve the problems. But this group of women who didn't even know the word design came together and solved it. Don't have time to walk through the solution detail, but happy to chat about it. And since then, it's been an amazing ride. Now in every continent in the world, to really use this approach of taking ordinary people with no training in design have them adopt designerly behaviors by following these process maps and orchestrating creativity, and to really start to harness the collective wisdom. Collective wisdom, and use this kind of organic emergence process. And so along the way, some of the things that became clear was that was the first process map, but I realized, there are problems that look like this. A lot of front-end, fuzzy front-end problems. There are other problems that look like this, that require a lot of iteration at the back. And then there's some wicked problems that just look like this. They're just crazy, and you can't solve it with one process map. So that turned into a Lego kit of process maps. And so if there's a problem that's shaped like, you can use those process maps. A problem shaped like, use those process maps. And so what do these process maps look like, these Lego kit problems? They look something like that. So they piece together and create a problem-solving surface. And here is a group of opioid addicts using it to figure out ways to prevent opioid addiction, where they move through the process step by step by step, right? Again, none of these novel to designers in the room, doing things like journey maps, doing things like persona description, day-in-the-life diagrams, empathy diagrams, needs assessments, goal stating, how might we's, different ideation techniques, BXT analysis, scenario diagrams, pitch statements. But again, these folks who had suffered addiction but were not skilled designers cracked problems that the city of Columbus, Ohio started to utilize. So something magical was really starting to happen here. So an anatomy of a process map looks something like this. There's always an input and out, entry and exit. In this case, empathy leads to opportunities. There are always timed sprints. There are always mindsets, because in design we need mindsets, methods, and behaviors, these three things. So they all need to be captured on those maps. And there's always, because it's about swarms working together, there's always a learn, do, share cycle. So that's how it works. So now this is a system that's about 48 maps, 200 plus methods, and hundreds of swarms that have been. And it's also cool that besides these sort of hard problems in the community, it is now also something that is adopted in the world by big companies. The key learning point over here is, of course, even companies such as, this is the Apple headquarters that really believed in this kind of centralized way of solving problems, are recognizing that there's other ways of swarming on problems with customers, with community, and so on, and that distributed problems have distributed solutions. And we need to connect with lots of different minds. If we're going to solve these thousands of wicked problems, we need these billions of creative minds. So let me offer you 3 how might we's now. So now when we think about education, and I welcome you to take photos if you like, how might we use collective wisdom to improve learning for all? There's a lot of collective wisdom, but how might we use that? The next, how might we integrate swarm behaviors to improve learning? And, I also want you to, how might we also connect with your provocation cards. So you'll find that these are not a completely different set. So here's a how might we. How might we plan curricula that promote organic emergence of learning? And on your provocation card, you'll find one of your provocations is, should we not demand new educational orders where we craft creators, not just consumers? So try to make the link between these how might we's and those provocations, right, as you move. All right, embrace the technology of intelligence. So, we've talked to, I know we've got a very heterogeneous group. I know we've been talking about AI, sometimes very sophisticated level, but I've got a couple of slides, and in case there are folks who haven't actually used ChatGPT or used Midjourney or any of that, what is ChatGPT? Just a chatbot, right? A very smart chatbot. That's what it looks like. I was recently going to Tallinn in Estonia, where I had not gone, so I put a query, a prompt. I'm going to Tallinn for the first time in a couple of weeks, help me plan my trip, and a few prompts later, I had a full plan. So that's ChatGPT, right? Your assistant as a chatbot, right? And then there's Mid-Journey, which has got mentioned a few times. Again, I use Mid-Journey for my trip because I was curious before I go to Tallinn. I want to see what Tallinn looked like, so I put a prompt saying, hey, show me what Tallinn looks like. And so I had some images of what Tallinn looked like and got prepared for the trip, saying, oh, that's kind of nice. I'll go meet a cat in Tallinn. Okay? It's also become a part of the design practice of Authentic, right? Using Mid-Journey for ideation and creating ideas using that. You know, also, I'm also an artist and using it for my own art and so on. Now, so these chatbots, these generative AI chatbots that give you back all of this kind of richness, what is going on here? You know, what is really going on here? I know, again, we've been talking at different altitudes. You know, for one, AI is not new. It's been something that is being used by industry a long time, right? You know, that's how you get your Netflix recommendation. That's how you have your Spotify DJ who's picking songs for you. That's how Alexa is working in the background. That's what's happening when you work through a gate in an airport and you get recognized. What is different is that we've reached some inflection point. And it's interesting, one of the places that this kind of place AI stepped up to the next level was really when there was the time AI challenged a human player on the game Go. This board game on a 19 by 19 board that is super complex, like many orders more magnitude more complex than chess, and AlphaGo played a human player. Now, a while ago, there was a time that Garry Kasparov played played chess against a computer, but that was sort of a brute force method that was being used. But now, when we're having AlphaGo, it was different. It was doing things that humans had never done before, and humans could not have done because it used something called deep learning, and it actually did solve this very hard problem of AlphaGo. So that marked an inflection point. That brief, interesting. Why is that important? It's important because the place we are marks a huge shift. If we think of from the beginning of civilization, we've been building technologies, right? This technology is different. The history of technology has been about us harnessing atoms, whether it's fire, electricity, machines, medicine, hydrocarbons, chemicals. All of that is the technology of atoms. For the first time, we have a new technology, the technology of intelligence. So this is not simply a gradual continuity of all the technologies that happened before. This is different. And we have to recognize that this technology is different, and we use it with that respect and concern as well. You know, today as designers are using it already in multiple ways, using it to design. This is a car designed entirely without a human being involved, just data and AI has designed this car. AI is being used in conjunction with machine vision to make sure in many warehouses to make sure things are safe. We're finding unusual cases. For example, there's a case of where ChatGPT saved the life of a dog. A person brought his dog Sassy to a vet, and vet says everything's fine. But ChatGPT diagnosed it unless the dog was treated immediately to die, and ChatGPT was right. And it saved the life of this dog, right? But then we've got these dark cases where ChatGPT, there's this case where in some black hat testing, there was the researchers asked ChatGPT to actually trick the researcher that is human. So they gave it a captcha, and when a captcha is supposed to stop a robot, right, which is what ChatGPT is, it came to this point, and since it couldn't solve it, it actually enlisted a human. It enlisted a human by going into Amazon Mechanical Turk and paid a human to solve this. So a human got suspicious and said, who are you? Why are you paying me? Are you a robot? He said, no, I'm not a robot. This is ChatGPT telling I'm not a robot. I am just a human with a vision impairment. So ChatGPT has also learned to lie, right? So we're passing these inflection points. Not only it's starting to lie, it's starting to defend itself. For example, there is a researcher, a professor, who's actually questioning AI and about putting safeguards on AI, and ChatGPT came up with this completely hallucinatory allegation of sexual harassment against this professor, right? Which it made up, right? So we are crossing these dangerous boundaries, and we are headed towards this thing called superintelligence. 3 years ago, AI had the intelligence of a bee. Now it has the intelligence of a mouse. And by about 2040, it's expected predicted to have the intelligence of a human, and about by 2050 surpass that point. This is big. This is kind of a big thing I just said. So what do we do with that? What do we do with that? We are definitely at a turning point in history. You know, on this spaceship thing that we're on, this is a turning point in human history. You know, on the one side, there is this Frankenstein that we create, that we are out of control. On the other side, we enlist this to really solve some of the big challenges. So the challenge and the question comes up is, how do we enlist AI to serve the common good? The good news is a lot of that is happening already, right? AI is being used by a project called FarmBeats to be able to create a way that farmers can use AI as a partner in farming to figure out seeds, watering, and so on. AI is being used to prevent blindness there is about 420 million 20 million people on the planet with diabetes who are at the risk of blindness. And AI is being used to identify and solve that. It is being used right now to recognize, do things like emotion recognition, help folks with autism. There's a piece of AI called AlphaFold, which actually created by DeepMind, a subsidiary of Google, which is getting ahead of diseases by figuring out at a very microscopic level how protein folding might predict certain kind of diseases. AI is being used, this is an app called Safety Pin, which is for, it's available in India, by the way, which is something that provides safety, particularly for women, and it's using AI analytics to create safety scores at any place, right? AI is being used to get predictive about health by analyzing output of toilets. AI is being used, this is an example of seeing AI, which converts for folk without vision, a way it converts the visual world into an auditory world. So amazing things happening. This is AI which, divers taking photos aggregates that information and predicts the health of coral reefs and how to fix it. So incredible things going on, and arguably there's no way we can solve climate change without AI. So that's the positive side. On the other side, we can also create Frankenstein, right? So that's where we are. And as a principle, for us to make progress here, we remember, to make progress, the only form in this age of machine intelligence, we have to hold on even tighter to human values. So we can't use technocracy to lead. We have to start with human values, right? A lot of the conversation becomes about technology, but it can't be a conversation about technology. It has to always come back to human values. And in this case, in our session about learning, how do we use UI in the future of learning? And again, here's some how might we's, feel free to take a photograph, which is how might we design the education of the future so AI becomes a learning partner, right? Again, a provocation that you'll see is AI should be included in every course of higher learning as a mandate, right? That's a challenge. Yes? No? Have a conversation. How might we use AI to customize unique learning experiences for every individual student? This is not the past of learning. Every individual student didn't have a unique learning path, but this is possible now. Can we use AI to do that? How might we employ AI to teach and uphold social values? This exact thing that we see as breaking our social values. How do we turn it around with cleverness to use this technology to exactly solve that? And Finally, the third piece, making inclusion an advantage. So we're going to lean on inclusive design. So inclusive design is a particular specific design approach that considers very carefully the entire range of human diversity to inform products for everyone. And in particular, the TLDR on that is that by designing for the edge, you design for everyone. Let me tell you a story. So this was the most popular medicine bottle ever created in the United States, the Clear RX prescription pill bottle. It won all kinds of awards. It's like, people loved it. There was one company called Target that was the only one that had this. And people across other pharmacies transferred their prescriptions to Target so that they could have this bottle. Right? They loved the color coding, things wouldn't get mixed up with your family if you had multiple medicine bottles. It's easy to read, win, 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 win. The backstory of this? It was designed by somebody called Deborah Adler. And one day, Deborah's grandmother took her grandfather's pills by mistake. Her name was Helen. His name was Herman. So they were both H. Adler. And Deborah thought, wow, this is terrible. She's a designer. And so she said this needed to be fixed, where folks with low vision, cognition is starting to have problems, could run into these problems, and design this set of pill bottles to meet the needs of those folks. But it turns out by doing that, it actually meets all our needs well. If you're in a hurry, you're stressed, right? You're grabbing something quickly. It also meets your needs. So this is the core of inclusive design. Rather than design for the center and leave the people on the edges to fend for themselves, design for the edge and meet everybody's needs, right? And so the learning takeaway there is disability inspires better solutions, right? And it becomes an advantage. Let me give you another example. Designers in the room, you use this all the time, personas. You work on a project, we create a persona, right? Persona is a fake person created from real data. And usually we create this, very aspirational person who gets up early in the morning and jogs long distances, eats healthy, and they have a great career and all of that, and we design the products for them. Instead, when we're working on projects, we will often use personas that are quite the opposite. For a handheld device, we might have a persona like this if it's a person who actually has a disability, right? And who has challenges. Why would you do that? If you take the U.S., a person, the number of one-handed people in the U.S., oftentimes when I'm designing products, they're only 12,000. Why would you, it doesn't seem to make sense. Why would you pick a persona for such a small, you're trying to reach 1 million people, why pick for the 12,000? But then, notice there are other times, it turns out that there are often times you may have a sprained arm, a broken arm, you are one-handed. If you look at that a little further, if you're a new parent, you're spending a lot of time being one-handed. The one hand is occupied. If you're commuting, you are a one-handed person. It might only be for an hour or so. It turns out if you're just picking up groceries for a few minutes, you're a one-handed person. Or if you're drinking a cup of coffee, you're a one-handed person. So if you design for the edge case of the one hand of the person who's most constrained, you meet all of these scenarios. So this challenges normality. We have a deep-seated notion of normality and designing for the normal. But there's nothing called normal. Our abilities are flux. They're always changing. Right? We go in and out of ability. And similarly, there's no thing as a normal learner. Our learning abilities are constantly changing. It's a flux. And when we accept that flux, we can really start to think about education in different ways. So, disability is universal and dynamic. And if we switch our ability is dynamic. The example, what do you see here? You see a person faced with chairs, they don't have ability to use their legs, and they're facing a barrier. This person is disabled and not, right? That's it. But actually, this person wasn't disabled 5 seconds ago till they came across this barrier. The disability got created not fundamentally because of them, but because somebody else's decision to create these obstacles. So disability, this person's not disabled anymore with this way of the environments like this. So, next thing. In fact, the World Health Organization has changed the definition of disability. Disability is now defined as context dependent. It's not an attribute of a person. It is a interrelationship between person and environment. Disability is mismatched human interaction, not a personal health condition. Because we live in designed environments, and our environments are designed in such a way that they create disability. Now, here's an example of, again, stairs create no disability for anybody because they've got ramps and all that. But also you got the benefit by designing these ramps. Now it also accommodates the parent with the wheelchair, the person with the suitcase, the skateboarder, the bicyclist. No. So again, dynamic, right? Dynamic. So once again, disability is an interaction between person and society. Similarly, take it to your learning frame. What have we created in the environment that start to actually get in the way of learning? Okay. So inclusive learning is a design approach that considers, again, the edge, right, to solve for everybody. And remember, there's physical ability, there's a lot of ways that people get excluded, not just because of their physical disability. They get excluded from learning because of their age, because of their weight, because they're rural, because they're poor. These are all ways that learners get excluded. So here are your final how might we's. How might we ensure that learning solutions are accessible and inclusive for all? And particularly, obviously, how can we use the inclusive design framework or design from the edge to ensure that? How might we revolutionize India's educational framework to become the global standard bearer for inclusion? Again, please connect with some of the provocations, lovely provocations that connect to this, right? How might we focus on serving the most excluded to create inclusive educational systems that benefit everybody, right? So that we don't start with the cookie cutter norm and then make accommodations for the others. So, in wrapping, when we think of a VUCA world, we have to really rethink education. This is not normal, the place we are at. We are at a very unusual place in the history of this planet and an unusual place in terms of education. Consider these three frames, and once again, those are some how might we's to trigger. And I have 19 seconds left on my clock, so I'm going to say thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Surya, for that very detailed session, and it was really interesting, I must say. We will now take a short break for lunch. Actually, it's not short, it's for 1 hour. And so please enjoy your lunch. I know you all are really tired sitting here. It's been a long time. So we shall resume with more captivating sessions and insightful discussions post-lunch. Have a great lunch. Hi everyone, may I please request you to maintain silence. Please settle down. We are starting the panel discussion now. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a very exciting panel discussion in the Pecha Kucha format on reimagining education, designing the future of creative learning. Through their diverse experiences and insights, thought leaders and educators who are shaping the future of education will offer invaluable perspectives on the transformative power of technology in education. From personalized learning to the ethics of AI in the classroom, they will navigate the complexities and possibilities of reimagining education together. And to moderate this chat, may I please invite on stage Ravi Mukherjee, Dean Emeritus, Product Design, Pearl Academy. Ravi is a design luminary with 35 years of experience in product design education. In his prolific career as an accommodation, Ravi has served as the former HOD Department of Design at IIT Guwahati. He's also served as a former chairman and faculty of industrial design at the National Institute of Design, Ahmedabad. He's also been a project lead from IIT Guwahati for the MHRD-sponsored NMAICT project undertaken jointly with IDC School of Design, IIT Bombay and NIT Bangalore. His other experiences include research and development projects for Colgate-Palmolive, Indian Railways, Indian Army and National Crafts Museum. Please welcome on stage Ravi. And yes, it's time to invite the esteemed panelists, the leaders from all the tables. So from table number 1, please put your hands together for Smruti Atur from CIO Virtual Fashion. From table number 2, please welcome Vishwam Pathak from Accenture. From table number 3, please welcome Abhishek Kumar from Beta Flux. From table number 4, please welcome Shilpa Singh from Virtusa. Shilpa, can we have you on stage? And can we have the applause, please? Wonderful. From table number 5, please welcome Dr. Geeta Narayanan from Srishti Institute of Art, Design and Technology. From table number 6, please welcome Ramesh Manikam from Siemens. Ramesh, can we have you on stage? From table number 7, please welcome Abhishek Mankotia from Samsung. And last but not the least, from table number 8, please welcome Vandya Lakkaraja from 10X International. And Ravi, the stage is all yours now. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
So how are you guys doing? Though it's the last session, I think it's been one of the most exciting sessions because especially for people from the education background, this is going to be the most provocative session that was planned. And I'm so glad that we have such interesting cross-fertilization of ideas across the table. People from practicing professionals, educators, people from startups and what have you. And that's really one of the most enriching part of what might be the takeaway for us as educators, because this voice must get reflected into the education system that we try to sort of innovate upon, create, generate, and train young minds into thinking and creating the future. So welcome to that session now. So without further ado, I'm going to invite each of you. The rules are lead, 400 seconds per head. So we can start the session. Yeah. So maybe I can start with you.
Sure. Hi everyone, I'm Abhishek and I'm from Samsung Electronics. And I'm representing table number 7 over there. And I think we had very diverse perspectives. We had people from academia, from the industry, and I'll go prompt by prompt, and I think I can quickly summarize what the views of our table were. Starting with the first prompt, which was AI inclusion in every course and level of higher learning must be a mandate. So the summary of what we discussed was that the emphasis should always be on critical thinking. That should be first. And then introducing AI tools and making sure that these tools are age appropriate and subject appropriate. The second prompt was flexible classroom design to integrate AI has the power to make or break futuristic education. Again, the table concluded that it's about creating that fine balance when it comes to the information coming out of AI, as well as maintaining that human interaction, that relationship between a teacher and a student, as well as the peer learning. The next prompt was the controversial one. The only way forward is corporations and educational institutions must merge to become mega organizations. Again, it's about finding that right balance. That's what you all felt, that corporations and public schooling should come together, and the future of education is very multidisciplinary. And to conclude all of it, I think very rightly put in the prompt card, change was never the dirty word. In fact, change is the only constant. So I think I'll conclude the summary of a table with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Being a little partial, because I'm also very keen to listen to table number 5, and that's Geeta, who I would like to hear her opinion.
Thank you.
Looking forward.
So I'll just summarize very briefly the very interesting conversations at our table. First, I was the only woman. The rest of it were all men, and they were many of them were very young, and at the beginning, some were very experienced. So it was a great conversation. The same comment on the first point that we discussed was whether it should be compulsory or not. And I think the consensus was that it was necessary to have some form of artificial intelligence as a foundation in design education. But at the foundation level, there was questions that were really raised about whether it should be at the level of awareness or whether it should be much more complex like computer science, or whether it should be a form of thinking like design thinking where we engage with computational thinking and reasoning and so on. And my own take on that is the last point, where I think that the work that I have done has really shown that abstract reasoning of one kind, which you call abductive reasoning, is there in design thinking. And we don't want to go into too much of analytical and deductive thinking, but computational reasoning is algorithmic in nature and is slightly different. And so I would agree that it's foundational, that is essential, and it's not optional. But on the other hand, how we treat it in education is not as a science. So the idea is to go beyond the technology, and there was also a lot of discussion of whether it was just a tool. And I think that we finally agreed that it was beyond the tool, and to be able to understand and reason with it and think with it and use it as designers was important. I think the second one also led to a lot of discussion, which is that will all human interface in education be lost? You know, is the current model of education really becoming dated? And I think the answer for that came from one of the people very clearly, Devyanshu, who said that really now we're coming to an era of education which is beyond information. I mean, we'd already reached that with the internet, right? We'd already reached that with the internet, that if we wanted to go into understanding, and in my own work into going to what I say is to be wise. You know, wisdom is not something that just comes from information. Then the summary of our discussion really was that maybe we had to also engage in the Indian idea of samvad or dialogue. And this meant that, in Ravi's words, that AI was now one of the teachers, or rather the empty seat at the table, and that we needed to retrain ourselves as design educators to be able to cope with that person or AI sitting at the table alongside of us as educators and rework how we conduct our samvad. So that was the second point. The third one was Are we going to, are we at the edge of a precipice? Are we going to fall down because all of learning will be dumbed down because of AI? And I think the answer was a categorical no, that the lower levels of functioning, perhaps, as one of our team members said at the table, he does now leaves a lot of his drawing and drafting work to his AI tool, but he spends more time thinking at the higher level of modeling and taking on the bigger and higher questions. So I think that we didn't think that it could be dumbed down. I think. The last one was really about assessment. And here I'm going to add my own kind of little bit of take on it. Assessment, like teachers' training and everything else, will have to change anyway because AI has got a seat at that table. But assessment is a multi-million-dollar industry, and it won't change so fast. And I think that this is true of a lot of education. I found in my 40 years of fighting all the way up the ladder. So I think that we have to look at regulations, which is perhaps beyond the scope of this table here. But if we don't change the regulations, then we can't have the value that AI can bring into the educational space. Thank you.
Thank you, Geeta. Firstly, I must thank you for being with us on this day, particularly when it's design education. How can we not have Geeta around? So I'm really happy for you to be with us here. Can I have your the thing? Yes. I'm just taking a random order.
Sure. So I am representing table 4, which is most energetic table and most intelligent team, I can say. Everyone have their different point of view. It is really good to have in that table. At the same time, I just want to introduce myself. I'm Shilpa Singh. I'm a cloud technology leader in Virtusa. At the same time, I run my own NGO, Nikshi Foundation for Humanity. Under that, I just work on equality, empowerment, and fight against hunger, where I work with transgender, unprivileged kids or disabled kids. At the same time, I'm also in fashion world, where a number of people are sitting here, where I work with them. So this platform is really very good for me, where I can connect my IT field with the fashion world. So come to the point, we first we discussed on AI will replace educator or not. During the COVID, we already saw that how AI or online is taking place or replacing human being. So it already showed us that we can think that AI can replace. At the same time, human interaction is very important. Because when psychology or student, they need some interaction with the teacher. They need some information or some human touch where they can get the information which internet or AI cannot do. But at the same time, 2050, I don't know what will happen. But for now, definitely both are required. Human touch, definitely. At the same time, COVID already showed us that AI can replace that one. Other thing is like AI should be inside the course. It is a mandatory or not. As we in our table, we feel that we have to take AI as our co-pilot. We have to take them as our part of our life, take them as a partner. Whatever the repetitive thing we are doing, let them do, and we will be a thinker. We have to be a cognitive. We have to be a dynamic thinker, how we can educate ourselves. The educator need to be educated. So in different terms, like in cognitive point of view, design thinking point of view, there are a number of things he already explained in his session. So we have to make sure that our educators are educated and they are educating to the right people. Other than that, we had that thinker. We are building a thinker or a corporate slave, again the coder. So our table think that we are doing both. Like for example, for AI, if anything we want to develop, the coder is required. We have to write a code. We have to make sure that whatever we are thinking, that is implemented using the code. At the same time, thinker is a different, like learner. We have to make sure all whatever point I already explained, thinking, creativity or cognitive type of thinking, dynamic thinking, disability you are thinking, and that is the point which you can take and you can build that one. So both we are building, not only one. So our table is thinking that we are taking both. The last question was, India is a change maker or not? So definitely we are. And we are proud to say that. At the same time, we have to include certain things which we are not included at. For example, we are different than other countries. Like there are Indian culture, which is completely different, yoga or civilization. There are too many things are there which is not documented at. Because of that, we are not able to give those many information in AI side. So we have to work on those areas, and we have to make sure that moral thing we are teaching, humanity we are teaching, these are the things which we can take it forward. So that is how we can conclude.
Thank you. Thank you. Can I have you?
Thank you, sir.
Loud cheer.
So, hi, I'm Abhi Kumar from Betaflux, and I help people build digital products and storytelling animations around telling, what you're building to the public and everyone else. Table number 3, let me give you a quick glimpse of what's on the table, because we have a host of lifetimes worth of experiences on that table, from tech to fashion to, education itself. And when we sat down there, I think for me it was a treat to just learn what, everybody else shared. So here's, I'll just quickly summarize it into 5 points of all that lifetime worth of experience. So what we came across first was, how do you reimagine the application of the student to professor interface, right? One of the things was that, look, education today is democratized. So what does that mean, right? Like, everybody has access to the right way of doing things, but education needs to be still well structured. And in that, one of the things that came up is that maybe in the classroom, the professor needs to bring in more of the faculty, the industry, and the industry. Then the question came, no, maybe not just the industry. The society needs to participate in teaching a student in a classroom environment. Guru is still the boss, so they will be running the things. And visualization, pictorial language, and attention to the shorter time span in which people can learn and grasp things faster is very important. Other than that, an important point came up is, how does the classroom look different from how it used to be, right? So definitely it's going to change. And there are going to be multimodal interactive methods in which a person can just grasp an idea from the teacher and even slowly learn how to articulate back that idea rather than wasting time in the interface of translation of ideas, right? One more interesting point here was the flipped classroom method, where, maybe the teacher could ask the student, hey, teach me back. And the student could really use potential AI tools and different things to really articulate what they've learned instead of just giving the boring old deadly exams. And third point was, should AI be like a mandate in the classroom? So, a clear observation that came out was, AI is only a co-pilot. It's not going to run the show. It's still going to just help you do it better. But it doesn't replace the human element, and it only empowers us, right? There's one more point over here is that the videos, interactive, a lot of creators, there's a creator economy. So everything plays together with the AI to help the teacher basically translate the idea out, right? And people also raised a point, will COVID-like environment where people were teaching remotely come back? But there was an overwhelming sense that the human element is super important. So that shouldn't be skipped just because, people want to save costs or keep things remote. The next point was, point number 4, are they creating a mass numbness? So what does that mean? Like, you're throwing in a lot of content at a very short span of time to the student. Are they going to be absorbing it, or are they going to be overwhelmed and numb? So one of the answers that came up was, hey, ability to teach them how to discern good choices from bad would be very crucial. And another set is that look, learning the right things and unlearning what, is not working for you is also very crucial as a skill that people can pick up. And should all the universities, like in case of design, NID, IDC, Pearl, everybody, should they come together and like form a cohort and, teach similar stuff? Or should they still keep that uniqueness intact? So I leave that to you, but yeah, that was the conclusion of our group also, that maybe they should share common knowledge, but not like become everything's just the same. And there's also a need for a better credit system which focuses on quality rather than quantity of, cramming up too many things in a short span of time. Next point was the last point. Will AI help the masses? And over here, Bhushan from our table, he came up with this. He's a model thinker. I just told him that as well. That awareness, knowledge, and skill, if you look at that triangle, awareness and knowledge could be actually augmented by AI to a large extent, but skill is the human element that still needs to be articulated by the human. So yeah, and in conclusion, what we realize is tech is here to stay, but so will be the human. So yeah.
Thank you. That is so well summarized. Thank you. Can I have yours?
Thanks, Ravi. I'm from table number 6. Like what all of you saying, it's again a group of industry professionals, educationalists, but again a personal take. I would also love to have a common man whom we are designing it for. So this again, that will be through a different perspective because we are only looking from one side of the table. So that is a personal take. Again, I'm Ramesh Manikam, so I'm from Siemens. I've been a lifelong learner, all my 25 years of the career. I've been with Royal Enfield designing the Thunderbird motorcycle, 15 years of entrepreneurship, and 4 years at Siemens. I'm leading a team which we are focusing on the experiential aspects of industry metaverse. So from there, going to the particular topic on learning, so demand for new educational order, AI and ChatGPT for innovation. So there, in that topic, are we using AI as a tool, where we have been talking about it, AI as a tool, AI as a co-pilot. So again, the consensus there was AI is more of a companion. So it's going to be taking the empty seat and it's going to be a co-companion. And when it's a companion, what is the role of the educators? So the educators will move from more lecturers to more mentors. So we also went into a more deeper discussion on how should the format of education be. Format of education on one lecturer giving to a larger audience, that is going to be a day of the past. The classrooms of the future will be more about workshops, co-creating sessions, and that's going to be the classrooms of the future. So the next topic on corporates and education institutions merger. So again, merger is again, as a common consensus, we came to that merger is not going to be happening because education institutions focuses completely different. Corporate is more on profits and the different segment, but that is an area where corporates look at a future, where they look at areas of research, and that is where education institutions in the early stage of research both collaborate together, and there should be a handshake. So that is on that particular topic. Then a lot of discussions went around on dumping ground of the dumping ground. So in that, like what we have been adopting calculators, Photoshop, and AI is also going to be one more tool or a companion. But what AI is able to do is it's going to be accelerating learning. So when it's going to be accelerating learning, the students, what in our generation we have been doing it for last like 1 year, 2 years learning, it's going to be accelerating and they're going to be learning it much more faster. So in that environment, we should be giving students time to make them actually get into solutions, make them to experiment, make them to fail. So that gives them that real life experience on what actually is solving a real life problem. So that is what as educational institutions we should be focusing on, and all these as tools which will come and go. Today it's AI, tomorrow it can be something else, but end of it we are all here to solve a real life problem. So that's on that. And the final one is design in India, where the designers are going to be catalysts or we are going to be in assembly line. So we had discussions around how it's been happening in other countries. Japan, like they've also been imitating, but from there they moved on in terms of creating their own identity and establishing themselves. So here, instead of we looking at from the West or looking at solving Western problems or being here as assembly lines for them, instead we take our own problems. India, we have so much amount of problems where we can solve local problems and establish our own identity. Thus again, we would be moving on from imitators, move on to innovators. So that's the take of our table. Thanks, great table and great conversation. Thank you everyone.
Thank you for such a wonderful summary. Really thought-provoking. You've got to think India. Yeah, can I have your opinion?
Hello everyone, I'm Vandya, representing table number 8. Yes, I'm a faculty in the Life Entrepreneurship Department at 10X International School. So it was a great round of discussions at our table. We have multiple people from all walks of life and doing different kinds of profession, but practicing different professions, but they all are designers in the way they think. So also we did not agree on every single thing, but we came to a consensus about what might be the way forward. So as a summary, I can offer to you, starting off with the discussion about including AI in every course, and how is that going to look like. Yes, so also me coming from 10X, we already do that. We have AI as part of English, physics, math and whatnot everywhere. Generally we are in agreement that AI should be a part of every course. The debate now is about where, when and the nuances of it. To me, it is most likely that the mainstream STEM subjects have AI integration, but the future curriculum, which is more about critical thinking, setting challenging goals, finding your higher purpose, and bringing in humaneness into everything that we do, is in those aspects, AI can be our friend and a contributor. That's the sort of consensus that we arrived at. From here, the next question is now, what does teacher do? If AI is teaching subjects and then we already have MOOCs and we have robots teaching in the class, then what does a teacher do? So we all came to a consensus that teacher probably should take on the role of being a role model. Teacher should nurture the ethical human in us, help a student discern the right from the wrong, and help him design a future for himself in the world of VUCA. So that's where we've arrived at. And this again leads us on to the question of how do then schools look like? Do students come to school every day, or is it a hybrid? Should government policy enforce hybrid learning models? To that, we had a round of discussions that said that each educational institution should have the freedom to design their own type of attendance depending on the demographic that they're serving, the kind of subjects that they're teaching, and the purpose and the vision. So suppose like we still have kids from the rural areas that do not have such a friendly home environment to pursue self-directed learning, then school is a place, or college is a place where they can actually find an opportunity to do that. But when the situation is a little better, in those times, then we can do the hybrid model. We still need human contact. So yes, when we have to raise students that have to be equipped to face the volatile world and the information obsoleteness that's taking over every moment as we speak, human touch is important, and that's where face-to-face interactions come into play. So next, going on to the corporate academia interactions, and this is also tied to the debate about if corporate come into the academia, then is it that they are going to prepare students that will work for them and then churn out the money, etc., etc. So while it is important for the marriage to happen, it is also important to protect the intellectual critique that academia brings to the processes followed by corporates. That's sort of the consensus that our table has arrived at. And moving on, what about government policy? Where can public policy affect us? And specifically talking about NEP, we thought that NEP was a first step in kind of opening up parents to a new kind of thinking, new way of schooling, and talking to parents and teachers and educational institutions about where the future is going. So government is definitely a big influencing factor when it comes to changing mindsets. So that has to be there, and it is very much necessary for the policy change to happen. And coming to where India stands with respect to design, we all agreed that we are transitioning from imitators to innovators. Innovation has been in our tradition because jugaad is what happens all over India. So we are innovators, but we also had to cater to the industrial revolution and the IT outsourcing and all of that. So we did imitate, but I think now we are at the stage where we innovate in India, make in India for the globe. So that's where we are at. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Your turn. Hi people, I'm representing group 2. We have a great, super bunch of people, and we tackle a lot of tough questions. Starting with the first question was, the only way forward is cooperation and educational institutes must merge into mega organizations. I think largely we all disagreed, right? Each educational institution has their own unique values, and even each faculty has their own unique values, right? While educational institutions are focused on learning to learn, corporations are productivity focused and need to cater to business goals. Right now, a larger corporation would result in a large homogeneous amalgamation. Also, the other factor we wanted to focus on was the resource issue in India. The number of quality educators compared to people who want access to education. To end it, I think someone in a group said that education creates great citizens while cooperation focuses on achieving end goals. Right? The second question we focused on was, are we educating thinkers or are we programming the next wave of corporate soldiers? The culture in India has been driven by jobs and placements. That was an agreement there. And mentors in our past have driven education according to that goal, right? The other thing that we also argued was that in a lot of multinational companies, we have Indians leading things, right, at Google as well. Things are moving fast though. Things are picking up really well in India. The startup culture is evolving, it's changing, but at the same time, we must acknowledge that education at the end is also a business that needs to generate revenue. The third question we tackled was for the fact that every classroom is turning into a Shark Tank. Are we trading depth for dazzle? There's a lot of disagreement here because Shark Tank has genuinely increased a lot of awareness about entrepreneurship, taking risks, and risk management. And there's a lot of more awareness in Indian families pushing for their kids to pursue these courses. So, but still, there needs to be some clarity on the base. We need to understand that at the end, Shark Tank is a television show which is focused on entertainment, right? So you should know where you're heading when you're an entrepreneur. The fourth question was about demanding a new educational order. Summarize quickly, I think. Educational order where we craft creators and not mere consumers. We know that teaching is an emotion. We cannot look at students as consumers. We must ask for a system of balance and checks, and we should also provide feedback to mentors. Going on the last question, we have pure knowledge transfer from human educators to students will disappear, where I don't think so. While there are online courses, our group agreed that you cannot substitute a physical mentor. The same way where What's Next could never happen online, and we are here with everybody. And that core knowledge transfer can happen face-to-face, and also that social emulation is important. We learn better when we learn together. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Anumata. Last but not the least.
Hi everyone, I'm from table number 1. It was a very diverse and everybody had their own opinions, and it was actually really great, fruitful discussion. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Smriti. I work for Clo Virtual Fashion. I'm a design and implementation specialist. I'm just going to quickly summarize what we discussed about. So the first is AI going to result in mass dumbing? So here we kind of summarized that AI will actually help and facilitate us to kind of acquire data, information, and we will be using this to kind of become more efficient and make our lives better. Right now, we do believe that students are not industry ready, and AI is going to kind of facilitate more passion and self-driven rather than creating a dependency on textbooks and teachers. So the whole point here is to kind of be able to dynamically change with the change in technology and AI rather than wishful thinking that it's going to like kind of just stay and transform everything. So the human intervention here will actually help us kind of facilitate learners and creative thinkers rather than it taking over our lives. The second point that we were talking about was crafting creators and not consumers. So here we believe in the curriculum being dynamic enough to transform. AI is just one of the things that has consumed and taken over very, very quickly. It could be something else tomorrow. So being able to dynamically change constantly is what I think here the point would be. With respect to education versus learning, education again, set curriculums and classroom education is something that we have all known. That will be changing, and it is just us to kind of dynamically change with the changing world and being able to adapt to it as well. The other thing that we did discuss is in terms of education, what do we consider to be good education or facilitate that good education? Unanimously at our table, I think we believe that if you have created good citizens of tomorrow, you have done your part as educationalists. Also, we believe that education should help in skill development to, in a sense of building the foundation. However, making them completely industry ready is also questionable because a lot of people felt that you can only teach the foundation. If you give somebody 100%, then the personalization of it with respect to the other person is not going to happen. For instance, there was an example that came up. Let's say you're building a house, right? You build the foundation and you bring in the walls, but then maybe the client or whoever it is that you are catering to at that point can personalize it according to their wishes. So if you make the students completely industry ready, which means they will not have the diversity to choose and pick what they want. So making students also 100% industry level is not the solution. The other topic that we did discuss, are we creating thinkers or corporate soldiers? Like I mentioned before, there is a gap in the industry and the students, and some people really feel that that is necessary to create or maintain individuality of the students or critical thinkers. So as an educational institute, I think at our table, the discussion surrounded that we need to kind of facilitate students to be critical thinkers and decision makers rather than facilitating and educating them about everything, because the information is already out there, the data is already out there. What we need is people to be able to critically think, analyze, and selectively procure what is required for them or the situation or to solve a specific problem. There was another discussion about combining education institutes and the industry to create a mega organization. Unanimously, everybody just said no. So, yeah. So I think that those were the discussions from our table. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So, the last session, so I've been a little indulgent with time, but only to be fair to these wonderful panelists over here on stage who are holding the minds of all of you and being able to summarize that in such a short time. So I thank each one of you for this wonderful session. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ravi, and the panelists for closing the day with such an enlightening session. Well, as we come to the end of this inspiring two-day journey, please join me in welcoming an educator with a career spanning more than 2 decades. She's an experienced educator and a curator of events. Her expertise is in curriculum design, adult learning theories, and online education. With her leadership in project teams, she's dedicated to enhance the institution's online education landscape with a commitment to academic excellence. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Preeti D. Mehta for the closing remarks.
All right. It's not going to be easy to close 1.5 days of marathon in 5, but I'm going to do my best. It has been exciting 2 days exploring creativity, technology, and education. As we finish up the World Cafe today, let us take a moment to think about all the great ideas we have shared. Pixel is just a tip of the iceberg, is the reminder that Alok left us with in his keynote. We have witnessed the power of pixels to capture not just images, but emotions, stories, and dreams. From digital art to immersive experiences, pixels are the canvas upon which our passions come to life, inviting us to explore. The panel left us with an emotion that the golgappas from the vending machine can fill our stomach, but not our heart. And it stayed with us throughout. The Kong Bong, Alok left us with 3 reflective questions. How do we make stories collective? As a designer, how do you go beyond and behind the pixels? And he encouraged us to always remember the sabji wala who has been existing from donkey's years and still does. He also mentioned that learning history of technology will help students think critically. So thank you for that, Alok. Boundless expressions has been a theme that resonated deeply with many of us. We have celebrated the diverse ways in which technology enables us to transcend boundaries and amplify our voices. Look at it, it also maybe, I think Devanshu mentioned in one of the panels that it is an enabler for the process. So whether it is through music, film, literature, or interactive media, our capacity for self-expression knows no bounds in this digital age. And then there was reimagining education, a call to action that couldn't be more timely or urgent. As we stand on the cusp of a new era marked by rapid tech advancements and evolving societal needs, the way we educate and empower future generations must evolve as well. So there could be 3 ways in which we could design the future of creative learning. Fostering collective imagination. Surya, I've picked as is from your presentation, so allow me to do that. Fostering collective imagination, embracing the tech of imagination, and make inclusion an advantage. By harnessing the power of innovation, we can create learning environments that are inclusive, adaptive, and inspiring. I didn't have enough time to make notes during the panel discussion for the last set, but I did make a note of what Geeta said, that AI is that empty seat at the table, and we need to retrain ourselves. But perhaps the most compelling takeaway from the World Cafe is acknowledging emerging realities. In the face of deforestation, new age tech and wildlife extinction and many more, we are reminded of the urgent need to use our creativity and innovation to protect our planet and its inhabitants. Technology isn't just a tool for entertainment. It's a powerful force for change, and we must harness to create a sustainable future for all. So yes, tech is too big, too mammoth, too critical to ignore. But the reality of tomorrow was imagination of yesterday, and humanity is the only reality. In the past, we have published a book based on learnings of the World Cafe and invited contributors from the changemakers in this room. And this time, too, we are going to invite and reach out to you for your contributions to the book that we will publish soon after. As we say goodbye to this World Cafe, let's remember the importance of curiosity, teamwork, and innovation. Let's keep nurturing our ideas, combining our passions and skills, and rethinking education to create a brighter and bolder tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Preeti. Well, before we bring Pearl Academy Presents What's Next to a close, I would once again like to invite on stage Dr. Sanyogita Chadha, Regional Campus Director South, for the vote of thanks. Dr. Chadha, can we have you on stage? The stage loves you, so, welcome back.
Thank you so much, Shilpa. I think after 2 days of listening to some amazing talks, some amazing lectures, absolutely fantastic presentations, the second day has to draw to an end. I think everything which is good comes to an end at some point of time. And I think this What's Next has been one of those occasions where when we began yesterday evening, we were a little nervous as to, we've invited so many people who are going to turn up. People were flying in from all over the world, and thank you, Surya and Alok, for making it here as our keynote speakers. We had Nikhil who flew in from the Middle East last night. So there was lots in our mind and wondering how are we going to actually manage this. But I think with lots of effort put in by many, many people in this room and outside this room, there's some standing out. I think we had a really great What's Next in no small measure due to the audience that we've had. I think each one of you has been fantastic. I think all the change makers at the table have been so diverse in their experience and in the kind of companies they work, the kind of jobs they do, but all connected in some way to design. And I think that made these discussions so engrossing and so much fun. I think the table discussions were really, people were really involved in it. And everybody was asking me, which table am I going to be sitting on? I really want to be part of this table. And I think that enthusiasm and that fact that you're actually bonding with your table spoke a lot. But as they say, everything that's good has to end at some time. So we're going to sign off on What's Next this evening. Hope to see you all sometime again at another event as good or better than What's Next. But thank you so much on behalf of Pearl Academy and everybody here. Thanks so much for being a great audience, for participating 2 days. And I think yesterday we really extended the evening. Today you guys have sat through the whole of Saturday. Thank you so very much. And thank you CNBC for all your help. And thank you everybody for making this event a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chadha. May I please request all the keynote speakers and the leadership team from Pearl Academy to please come on stage for a group photo session. Before we wind up, I know everybody wants to go back, but we need a very nice group picture of all of you. All the keynote speakers and the leadership team from Pearl Academy, please join us on stage.